Joining me are the co-founders of the Independent Council of Women's Sports, Marshi Smith, former NCAA swimming champ, and Kim Jones, former All-American tennis player.
If there's one thing women are really good at, it's getting organized and getting stuff done.
Who just finished telling a panel of judges why women's sports mattered.
Sports has to be based on fairness and integrity.
The biological differences between males and females are so large that unless we continue to defend the protection of a women's sport category, those who do not possess that advantage would basically disappear from sport.
To participate in women's sports is to participate in the empowerment of women. I have met so many brave women speaking up and organizing and recognizing the value of women in society.
Meet Kim Jones.
Более справедливой, если смотреть на это с точки зрения спорта.
Organizations that were created to protect women and girls are being used as social weapons to silence us. However, I have experienced the overwhelming support of peers and athletes who understand that speaking out is the only way to ensure fair and meaningful competition for females.
The number of female athletes who have been denied opportunities, traumatized, or hurt by policies that claim to promote inclusion is growing at an alarming rate.
This disc golf case is a crucial battle in the war to win back women's sports for female athletes.
Please keep speaking up. Don't be afraid. Men and women, please use your voice because the discrimination against women needs to stop today, now.
Just one person can start the ripple that creates the wave that turns into the tsunami for change. Women will win again. We will win again.
Thank you all for being here. Please welcome our original icon, Donna de Varona. Donna's reputation as an athlete is exceptional, but her work outside of the pool promoting and protecting opportunities for women in sport is where she's really left a legacy. Donna was a world record holder at the young age of 13. She's an Olympic champion that set 18 world records and concluded her athletic career with the Associated Press designating her the most outstanding woman athlete in the world. Outside of the pool, Donna has testified before Congress protecting and promoting Title IX legislation. She was the first president of the Women's Sports Foundation, and she was a pioneer in the male-dominated landscape of sports broadcasting, earning an Emmy and 2 Gracies. She has served under 5 presidents and acted as a consultant to the U.S. Senate. Donna has served on countless boards and sports committees, including the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Committee, organizing the Los Angeles Olympics, and acting as chairman of the groundbreaking FIFA World Cup Women's Soccer Tournament in the United States. Thank you, Donna, for being here and for getting us started once again this year.
And thank you, Kim and Marshi. Kim's in the back of the room, and we will win because of the leadership in this room and the fact that all of you have come from all over the United States and the world to be open, to listen, to be sensible, and to explore how and how important it is that we protect the women's sports category. So, Marshi and Kim, would you stand up? The work you've already done is amazing. I remember when I first met Kim and she said, I found my life's passion, and aren't we lucky? And she's created a whole network that, if we are going to protect this category, we have to work together. And yes, you've come from all over the world and all over the United States. You come here as volunteers to share research, ideas, and solutions regarding how to protect, support, and safeguard girls' and women's competitive sports opportunities. Some of you are here despite the risk to your careers. Some of you have been called names and canceled in a variety of ways. A few of you have even lost your jobs because you dared to share the science of biological sex and the impact biology has on sports performance. If you are a current athlete, like 2 of ours here that you'll hear from, you've come here despite the trauma you endured when sports administrators tried to silence you. You found your voice, and you will be the leaders into the next millennium in protecting what we've worked so hard for over 50 years. Thank you all for having the courage of your convictions. This is a groundbreaking conference, and I feel honored that Kim and Marshi asked me to offer some opening remarks. As a child, I never dreamed my entire life would be devoted to sports. For in my generation of women, competitive sport opportunities were short and few, and careers were almost non-existent. There was no Title IX back then. At first, I just loved to swim and to race and to join relay teams. I won my first medal at age 10. That experience built a fire in me, and one victory led to another. Imagine if I'd lost that race to a young boy who identified as transgender back then. Would I have flourished or given up? I was already a world record holder at just 13 because of the great structure of age group swimming in the United States. I was 13 when I qualified for the Olympics in Rome. But the 400-meter individual medley, my best event in which I held the world record, was not on the women's program. I swam in the trials of the 400 relay, but did not medal because they didn't give medals to those trial swimmers. They do that now. But that experience kept me inspired to train for the Tokyo Games. 4 years later, at 17, I won a medal in my best event and a second gold medal in the 400 freestyle relay. And you know what? That relay was my favorite event. I love taking part in a team effort. That's what brings the best out of me. I haven't stopped teaming up for almost 60 years. Fortunately, my teammates and I have found new ways to win. Many of them are in this room, and we've been meeting every Wednesday night for almost 3 years to discuss the whole issue of saving women's sports. Because we know winning matters. Female victory matters. And fair competition matters. All of the athletes in this room know exactly what I'm talking about. Winning matters to us, and it matters to the people who are inspired by us. And it matters beyond the swimming pools and the playing fields. Once we know how to win, we can be effective at achieving other goals, including this contest we are engaged in now. keeping female sports female. Another motivational moment for me came during the 1976 Montreal Olympic Games when I was covering swimming for ABC, when the East German women swimmers, pumped up with steroids, came out of nowhere to dominate the competition. There was no comprehensive drug testing then, and some of our women swimmers pointed out that they thought cheating was going on. And what did the press do because there was no proof? They called our athletes crybabies and bad sports. The psychological damage of competing under that environment caused irreparable long-term damage. And aren't we facing that today with these athletes that had to compete in an unfair environment? Not until 2000 did the male-dominated sports establishment create the World Anti-Doping Agency. Even then, it wasn't because of a threat to women's sports. It was because of doping in men's cycling. Cheating on every level is a threat to the health of sport, not to mention the health of athletes. Using drugs, whether to win or to gain eligibility, is contrary to the stated standards of fair play. I have dedicated my career seeking victories on behalf of all the girls and women in sports with some fantastic colleagues. Title IX was the catalyst. And for those of you that aren't familiar, that was the law that opened the door for women in the classroom and for sports for the first time in our culture. But for 51 years, we've had to work behind the scenes to thwart almost every yearly numerous attempt to weaken the law in favor of male athletes. In the mid-1970s, I joined Billie Jean King and other elite athletes in establishing the very first women's sports advocacy organization, the Women's Sports Foundation, and served as its first president and chair. As one of the very first women to break into the male-dominated sportscasting business, I was able to get the network to hire more women and advocate for more coverage of women's sports issues. As we say, we need role models. To see it is to believe it and embrace it. Unfortunately, the promise of Title IX has still not yet been realized. And we have a new challenge now. Males who identify as trans are insisting on playing in women's sports. They say they don't feel comfortable in their bodies. But do most teen girls feel comfortable in their bodies? How many of women have been uncomfortable in our bodies? No, by the time girls reach the age of 17, 78% are dissatisfied with their bodies. And according to new research by the CDC, teen girls are experiencing record high levels of violence, sadness, and 20% of them have thought about suicide. So while I am sympathetic to body dysmorphia of trans teens, I'm more concerned about girls as a whole. I do believe, yes, there is a middle way, a way to accommodate trans athletes without taking away opportunities from females. Unfortunately, some of our former allies have changed teams. To my surprise, the ACLU, now the National Women's Law Center, and the Women's Sports Foundation have abandoned their previous commitment to female athletes. We need them to come back to us and step up to their original purpose. Yes, we do. So, are we winning yet? There are many encouraging signs. World Aquatics, World Athletics, and just recently, the World Governing Body for Cycling have all revised their policies to exclude males who identify as transgender. At least those who've gone through male puberty. Swimming, running, and cycling are three of the largest sports in the world in terms of participation. So the fact that the leaders in these sports basically agree with most of us in this room, that's a big deal. That's victory, and we've been working hard for it. And World Rugby has established a similar policy. They tried to include trans athletes in the sport, but there were just too many injuries. They tried to do what we all do as women, to feel humane and inclusive, but they found out sports does discriminate, and we do have categories for a reason. We have categories for a reason because it includes more of us. Theirs is the strictest policy. It's a policy that was used during my Olympic years. Only people with XX chromosomes, also known as girls and women, in the women's division. Here in the United States, 22 states now restrict female sports to just females at the elementary, high school, and college levels. We are working hard to persuade the administration and our members in Congress to establish federal policy or laws to keep female sports female. In June, a Gallup poll revealed that 69% of Americans believe female sports should be female only. That's up from 61% just about 2 years ago. We are being heard. And we need the press, my college in the press, to cover this story in a balanced way. My work in the press, we insisted that you had to cover both sides of the story. We're not seeing that, and we need to hear it. So yes, I do feel encouraged. I hope you do too. I'm so happy to see so many women and men here who have been my teammates for decades. And speaking of teammates, a shout out to our Martina Navratilova, who's busy in Europe but sends her love to all. She publicly protested male victories in women's sports back in 2018. And more recently, while undergoing double cancer treatments, she seldom failed to join our weekly Zoom calls. She'd appear on screen in a hospital room, hooked up to tubes, barely able to speak, but she would not miss our calls. She'd call us from all over the world. It might be 3 in the morning to join in the effort of our working group that's explored policies and working with Kim and other organizations to come up with plans to save women's sports. And despite many attempts to cancel her, she continues to educate and inspire people via articles, interviews, and her famously fiery tweets, which they are. Here at this conference, we will be teaming up internationally and also in a bipartisan way within the U.S. And as everyone knows, bipartisan collaboration in the U.S. is rare these days, to say the least. We need Democrats and Republicans and independents to stand up for us. We need that. We need to be strong to do this work. We need to be willing and able to work together on behalf of girls and women, to support each other as teammates and persist until we win. And fortunately, because of sports, we know how to do all of that. Female victory matters, and I feel certain that ultimately we will win. And we will win because the next generation of athletes is starting to speak out. They're not being cowered by fear. We need them. We old-timers are looked at as old-timers. And yes, we have wisdom and we have practice, but we need the voices of those that have gone through the experience of competing in an unfair playing field. And so now I'd like to bring up one of the most outspoken, articulate, and I'm proud to say swimmers, who's weighed in on this subject, who's a feminist, who believes in the causes for women, who understands we are being squeezed in the middle between our options on reproductive choices and being compromised on the field of play. So with that, would Riley Games come up here to the podium? And by the way, I still swim almost every day. It was a lifelong gift. There we are.
Well, then that means you could still kick my butt. First of all, I would have never, ever imagined I would be described in that way. And not by using the word feminist, but by using the word articulate. I'm sure that would surprise my husband and my parents as well. But Donna, I just want to thank you, Kim, Marshi, the amazing people in this room. I got to meet the amazing women who made the billboard after the San Francisco incident that drove around San Francisco. And seriously, tears came to my eyes. This is just so overwhelming because really it's so powerful what this room represents. The message that we're trying to send, the message that a lot of us have been sending for a very long time, like Donna said. This was new to me when I was slapped across the face with it. I had never been impacted in this way. I didn't know, I had heard of the East Germans, I knew it existed, but I didn't realize to what extent. There have been women and men who have been fighting this battle for decades, but you're right, we're just now being heard. This feels kind of like a passing of the torch moment, not to age you, but you kind of aged yourself, sorry. When talking about Title IX, really, there are a lot of women in this room who saw the benefits of Title IX. And now, in your same lifetime, you're seeing those benefits be entirely stripped away, and you're seeing women have to ultimately fight again for what that looks like. And I could talk about how I'm here. I'm sure a lot of you, virtually all of you, I'm sure know the story of how I'm here. But I want to talk about why I'm here. Because my life has changed drastically, without even over-exaggerating. This is by no means what I ever planned for myself. This is by no means something that I wanted, or will continue to want. This is not something you can ever feel equipped for or prepared for. But I felt it necessary to talk about this, to take a stance on this. I graduated from University of Kentucky last year with my degree in Human Health Sciences and Health Law, and had every intent upon graduation into going into dental school. What I wanted to do was endodontics, which is root canals, weirdly enough. But that's what I thought the future was for me. I scored in the top percentile of the dental admissions test, which is the miserable 4.5-hour long test you have to take to get into dental school, filled with biology, surprise, organic chemistry, math, English, all of these things. And I scored in the top percentile. And after college also, I had just gotten married to my 6'4" British husband, who now has this like cute Southern accent. On top of the British accent, people ask him all the time, like, are you from New Orleans? And he's like, oh no, I need to go back home. But all that to say, it really would have been easy for me to continue on with the life that I thought I had planned. But again, I saw what was at stake, because I saw those tears from the girls at that national championships who placed 9th and 17th and missed out on being named an All-American by one place. And I saw and I felt the extreme discomfort in the locker room when you turn around and there's a 6'4", 22-year-old man undressing, exposing male parts where you're simultaneously undressing. And I heard the whispers, because that's what they were whispers of anger and frustration from these girls who, just like myself, had worked our entire lives to get to this meet. And I saw the silencing that we were dealing with. I saw how they told us you'll never get a job, you'll never get into grad school, you won't have friends if you speak out. The emotional blackmail, really, of how they effectively tricked us into being silent. And it worked. It worked for me. Again, I had my sights set on dental school, and they were telling me I would never go. I would be labeled my whole life as a transphobe. This is something that would follow me if I said something as simple as men and women are different. That's why I'm surprised you describe me as articulate. I don't feel like that's that hard to understand or that hard to grasp. No girl, no woman, regardless of age, regardless of your race, regardless of what sport you compete in, no girl should face blatant discrimination on the basis of our sex, which is what's happening now. We have been in the dark for too long, and it's time to shed light. It's time to be empowered. It's time to know that it's liberating to say the truth. And that's what this is. Again, when I was impacted by this, I only saw this as an infringement on women's sports. But now, a year later, being in the position that I'm in, seeing how the media works, seeing how academia works, seeing how corporate America works, this is infiltrating into so many realms. And it's not just women's sports. It's so much bigger than that. It's about the silencing. It's about the infringement on freedom of speech, our basic human rights. And it's about, again, the message that it's sending. And that message, the message that's being sent down from the top, make no mistake, this is what the leaders of our country, and as the slideshow mentioned, which I think is really powerful, this is global. A lot of world leaders, the message that they're sending is that we as women, don't matter. Our safety doesn't matter. Privacy, forget it. Equal opportunity, our fairness, our dignity, our feelings, our mental health, I mean, the list goes on. None of that matters. What matters to them, outside of virtue signaling and being seen as kind and inclusive and accepting and welcoming and tolerant, and all of those terms they love to use, what matters to them is protecting the feelings and the identity and the mental health and the safety and the privacy, all of those words I used, protecting that of the radical minority, which ultimately results in us as women being the collateral damage in the process. I hear stories all of the time. I get the messages, I get the calls, the emails from not just female athletes, but from their parents, their mothers who call me in tears watching their daughters be obliterated in their sport. But also coaches who don't know what to do, who don't know how to stand up for their athletes. Why they're calling me, a 23-year-old girl who has no idea either, is beyond me, but they are, and I hear it. And it breaks my heart, and that's why I'm here. It's not about me. Again, if this could be resolved today in this room, I would gladly go on with dental school. I already put my deposit down. I already accepted my seat. I would gladly go on with the life that I had planned for myself because, again, I don't want this. I don't want to be fighting for this. But there is so much at stake. The past women who fought for Title IX, who fought for women's sports, I'm doing this for them. The women who are playing sports now and are, again, effectively silenced, I'm doing this for them. And of course, that next generation of female athletes who doesn't yet understand the implications and who doesn't yet have a voice, that's who we're doing this for. We're telling them that they matter. And I finally got the chance. A few weeks ago, there was a Senate Judiciary hearing. And I've been dying to ask someone, what about us? These leaders, again, at the state level, the federal level, among the sport governing bodies, who constantly communicate the message, okay, well, what about the trans athlete? And no one has pushed back with what about us? These Republican lawmakers even, I don't think they're necessarily always effective in framing their arguments. And I was finally able to ask Senator Dick Durbin, what about us? And he didn't have an answer. Actually, what he said was, well, we've only seen one trans athlete compete in the women's category in the Olympics. Are we not worthy if we are not Olympic gold medalists? That is the message that they are continually pushing. They don't have an answer for what about us. I just want to reiterate, being in this room, you might think of me as an inspiration, but it is this that inspires me. It is this little spark, I think we've created a campfire now, that will ultimately grow into a forest fire, for lack of a better analogy. And we are that spark, all of us together. A lie will never become truth. Bad never becomes good. Evil never becomes moral, just because it's accepted and embraced by a small, small portion of society. And again, saying that truth, because again, that's what this is, about expressing objective truth. I mean, man and woman is the most basic of truths. Hate to break it to everyone in this room. We are all here for man and woman. It's the most basic of truths. It's the essence of humanity, and they're asking us to lie, to deny that. But once you know you don't have to adhere to those rules, you don't have to adhere to the cancel culture, you don't have to adhere to the administrators who are telling you that you will be all of the things they tell you, ostracized. It really is it feels like a weight is off of your shoulders. And so I just wanted to encourage everyone that. I have the privilege of introducing two women who I actually take full credit for introducing to each other. Kim Jones, she is, of course, all of you know her. She's a former All-American tennis player from Stanford. Actually, I don't like the word former. She is an All-American tennis player from Stanford. She has a daughter who competed in the Ivy League. She has come a really long way this past year, and now she teaches me even about the language that I need to use and different things. And of course, Marshi Smith, who was a swimmer. She was a national champion back in 2005. I shouldn't say was. I don't like this past tense stuff. You are a national champion. You earned that. That does not go away. She's a national champion who earned a title in 2005 at University of Arizona in a backstroke event, which I am not good at. Also, I felt pretty tall in the real world. And I'm in this room, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm not tall at all. So many amazing athletes. But again, please give it up for the amazing founders of Icons, Kim Jones and Marshi Smith.
Welcome everybody. We are so thrilled and excited to see you all here. What a year. What a year. A lot of us are tired, but I don't know about you. I am more energized than ever, especially being together today. So this is a momentous occasion. We just want to thank you all so much for coming. That video that we watched of the events of the year could not even touch the surface on the amount of work that we and all of you have accomplished this year. We have seen many of you at various speaking events across the globe. We have had so many private meetings with very important people who make a difference in the world of sports. We've had 10,000 Zoom meetings, phone calls, so many letters written to people to try and enact change in the world of women's sports. And I am thrilled to say we have made such an impact already. So thank you all for being a part of that. If you didn't see your face on the screen, we recognize all of you and just appreciate all the work that you have done to really help us and help the cause. Many of you have signed letters, amicus briefs. We have made a difference with policy change. We've opened dialogue. There's this just wave of awareness now that's sweeping the public who maybe had their eyes closed, like, to be honest, Kim and I had for a long time. We're making such a difference that we have a lot of media in the room today that is beginning to tell the stories and the perspective of female athletes. The purpose of what we're building here is to be a platform and a place for women in sports to really turn to and to be able to network with one another, which is what we hope that we can do over the course of this weekend. This is an organization built on service, to be a resource to you all, and those of you tuning in on the live stream as well. We are so honored to be here with such a diversity of sport, so many sports represented, many athletes, and we also have this year in the room many representatives and board members from various national and international sports governing bodies. So we recognize you and appreciate you being here to listen to the voices of women. In this room, we have incredible representation of generations, religions, colors, creeds, political beliefs, and the list goes on and on. A wise woman sitting among us today told me in the very beginning that we are all oars in the same boat rowing for justice and fair competition. I just wanted to close by saying it's an honor to be in this boat with you.
Wow, tough to follow. Thank you all so much for being here. We hope you find this weekend both educational and inspirational. I couldn't be more excited to welcome all of you. It is amazing to see so many people from all over the world. Echoing what Marshi has said, this organization exists solely to give women a voice. This is not about us. To make sure that women and girls have a voice. Whatever our beliefs, whatever our politics, whatever our life experiences, every single one of us here recognizes the value of women and girls and speaking up on their behalf in a just society. Right now in women's sports, we're faced with a singular question. Do women and girls deserve to be treated fairly and have access to fair competition? We believe the answer is a resounding yes. We also believe that sports are for everyone. They simply must be played fairly, and girls and women must be granted equal opportunity. This is what brings us here today. In the sessions ahead, we will explore the ramifications for where current policies are, where we are headed, and the cost to women and girls. The legal, social, and scientific arguments we will hear will help us all provide some context around this discussion. But the most important thing is to remember it's all focused on that one basic question. Do women and girls deserve a voice and to be given fair competition? The answer is just a yes or a no. And as we hear from speakers, please engage, please talk, please make friends, ask questions. This summit is truly meant to be a summit, a meeting of the minds, and talk to people. The different, the similar, it does not matter. The more we speak, the more we engage, the more we will learn from one another. I believe it's fair to say that there have been a lot of people with good intentions out there in the world, not realizing the collateral damage of some of these policies was the pain for women and girls. But we are quickly approaching a place where it cannot be ignored, that it was indeed a mistake, and it needs to be corrected and rectified now. It's only a matter of how many girls will be hurt. So again, thank you all for being here. I hope you have a wonderful time learning from each other and look forward to hearing all your messages. Thank you.
Let's have fun.
Had to make it all the way. Is this working? Yes. Had to make it all the way back here to get to the next introduction. So please welcome Jennifer Sees. She's a local pole vault coach, Stanford track alum, and mother to a current Division I female athlete. She is... She is speaking on behalf of professional disc golf world champion Katrina Allen, whose travel plans from Finland didn't end up working out at the last minute. So thank you, Jen, for being here.
You're welcome. It is so humbling and exhilarating to be with you guys and to have had the pioneering words and the leadership words. So I'm so thankful. And honestly, I'm also a high school English teacher. So can we give it up again? Riley is very articulate. So please pretend I'm Katrina. These are her words. Hi, my name is Katrina Allen. I have been playing sports since I was 5. I played volleyball, basketball, track, gymnastics, and tennis. Volleyball became my life where I played in middle and high school, junior Olympics, and college. And although I've lost many times over the course of my career, I have never felt as defeated as the day I had to compete against a male opponent in the disc golf female professional division. I have been on tour for 13 years. I am a 2-time world champion, 6-time player of the year. I have over 180 PDGA wins and am currently ranked #2 in the world. But just like any female athlete, it is devastating to face something we all know to be so obviously wrong. As tears ran down my face during an elite series tournament, I realized that even though I have great abilities, a strict practice regimen, workout plan, and am known as a fighter, there is no outworking the physical advantages that a male has. I have since faced 4 different males in the female category in 27 different tournaments. As women on the tour, we have come together to figure out how to defend our sports and our love of competing, but there were only 2 of us initially willing to take a stand. We worked with our governing body and had recently made progress in supporting the adoption of a policy that protected a few of our events at the most elite levels. Even that is now under threat in the court system, as a male player has now sued in 3 states, and the PDGA has begun canceling elite women's events and opening up others to allow men to compete directly against women. The worst part of this experience has been wrestling with fear. If the women speak out and share their feelings of defeat and frustration, they fear loss of sponsorships and the very public wrath of those defending the male athletes. For too long, the women have felt helpless, scared, voiceless, and isolated. As a community with our sport under legal threat and the Disc Golf Association cutting our chances to compete in order to pay for expenses, for legal expenses, we realize we are going to have to take a public stand. But we need even more voices and support. I, Katrina, hope that you will find the courage and strength to speak up in your areas alongside us. Thank you for letting me share. And now I would like to introduce the first session and 3 amazing and dedicated leaders in the fight for the fair treatment of women and girls. Helen Joyce joins us from the United Kingdom. Helen set aside her career as international editor of The Economist magazine to research and write the groundbreaking book, Trans: When Ideology Meets Reality. She now serves as the director of Advocacy for Sex Matters. As a journalist and speaker, Helen has been fearless in educating the public on what's at stake when it comes to safeguarding the rights and protections of girls and women. Next, we have author and scientist Carole Hooven. Carole specializes in human evolutionary biology and spent more than 20 years teaching and advising undergraduate studies at Harvard. Come on up. Yeah. Carole is a leading expert in understanding testosterone and human development. In 2021, she published the book T, The Story of Testosterone, the hormone that dominates and divides us, to wide acclaim and praising reviews. In championing scientific research, Carole has also fought on the front lines of free speech and thought. Finally, we will hear from Canada's Linda Blade. Linda is an athlete, scientist, coach, and advocate. A Canadian national champion in heptathlon and an All-American at the University of Maryland, Linda was one of the first voices speaking up for women in sport. She has since gone on to be a sports performance coach to gold medal Olympians and youth alike. With a doctorate in kinesiology and leadership roles in provincial and Canadian athletics, she is one of the co-founders of the International Consortium on Female Sport. Linda will explain how we have arrived where we are today in women's sports policy. Thank you, all 3 of you, for being here. And now, Helen, it's all yours.
Well, thank you very much, everyone, for this fantastic opportunity to meet all of you, and many of you for the first time in person. It's really a great thing that Kim and Beth have done here. I think all of us have that experience of boggling when you stop and you think to yourself, this is all so mad. It's so crazy. How have we forgotten the most basic thing that we know? And how is somebody who wants to be a dentist spending her days saying, you know, men aren't women and women aren't men. I have the same experience. When I wrote my book, I had to take time off from the job of finance editor at The Economist, and, you know, I often would think, how is this my life? That I am saying to people, if you allow men into women-only spaces, they cease to be women only. And yet here we all are, so we have to do it. It turns out that we have to do it. So I was asked to sort of do an introduction, a sort of an intellectual introduction of how did we get here. And this is obviously not a small question, and I devoted a fair amount of my book to it. But I'll try and say some things that are hopefully helpful in understanding how we got to this crazy place where we're pretending that we don't know that there are two sexes and the two sexes are different. And I'm going to start by just saying some factual things about the two sexes and about the way that people feel about their sex. So the first one is that it does arise. People do spontaneously get the idea in their head that they are members of the opposite sex. It doesn't happen often, but it does happen, and it has happened through history. That belief is not a factual belief, even if it's very sincere and very deeply held. There isn't a set amount of such distress or such belief in a society. It depends on what the society thinks about the way it's okay for men and women to behave. And crucially, it depends on what we teach children and what we tell the world about what it means to be male or female. So right now, we are teaching children lies about the human condition. We're embedding anti-factual laws and rules in governments and institutions. And there have probably never been so many people before who think that they're not really members of their sex. And that's extraordinary because it's also the case that it's never been before so easy to do what you like as either a man or a woman. So that's kind of a paradox to me. You know, men and women can do anything really except change sex. And here we are saying that they must change sex to do what they want, which makes no sense. Sexes are profound categories, significant and meaningful categories. They evolved. They've been around for more than 1 billion years. And their definition is to do with reproduction. By definition, a male body part cannot be a female one, and a female body part cannot be a male one. And humans are mammals. That's a type of animal where all the male body parts are in one type of individual called a male one, and all the female body parts are in a female individual. And I never thought I was going to have to say these things. We are not earthworms. We are not clownfish. Next fact, the male adaptations are enormously beneficial from the point of view of sport. Men are bigger, faster, and stronger. Their physiology is better suited to things like running and throwing and punching. The differences are there from the start in male and female individuals. They widen to a gulf under the influence of testosterone in puberty, and they don't disappear if you suppress testosterone in adulthood. All of this means that if you want to have fair sport for women, you have to have female-only categories. Other people are going to talk a lot more about it in the next 3 days, but I needed to say all of that because I want to go back to what happened when doctors first started saying, oh, okay, you think you're a man in a woman's body, you're much more often a woman in a man's body. Because those are the sort of the background facts that those doctors somehow seemed to forget about. So if you go back about a century, the first doctors, and it was in Germany, who took at all seriously men's claims that they were a woman in a man's body, they believed that those men were what they called psychic hermaphrodites. They believed that they were a kind of intersex. They did some early operations in the 1920s and 30s that didn't go well. They're mostly fatal. And then that just stopped. The Second World War intervened. There wasn't any more of this for about 30 years. And it got picked up here in America. In the 1960s and 70s, there was some more experimentation, and by that time, people understood about antibiotics. They had learned how to synthesize sex hormones. And from the point of view of sport, I think a very important example was that of Renee Richards. But if we think about what the doctors were doing with somebody like Renee, what they were doing was they were saying, they were making a promise, an implicit promise. They were, first of all, they were taking seriously the idea that a man could feel like he was a woman inside, or a woman could feel like she was a man inside. But the next thing they were saying was, if you do these things, you will be treated as if you have changed sex. And that was a promise that doctors were making on behalf of everybody else. They didn't ask everybody else. They just made that promise. So they would say, you can live as a woman. you know, I'll do genital surgery on you, I'll give you estrogen, and you can live as a woman. And back then, maybe that meant something because we had much more strict gendered rules about what men and women were allowed to do. So, you know, when Lily Elba, who was the first that we know of, the first trans woman back in Germany in the 1920s, he wanted to be a shop girl. He wanted to wear makeup. He wanted to wear dresses. These were things he couldn't do as a man. And maybe still by the 1960s and 70s that was true too, to some extent. But always part of what the doctors were saying, even if they didn't spell it out, was live as the opposite sex meant that you could use the opposite sex's facilities, that you could go into the spaces for the opposite sex. And with sports, the impact of saying to people you can be an exception to sex-based rules, well, like all the other sexed rules, it's not symmetric. The impact is not symmetric. It impacts women more than it impacts men. And that's because we're physically weaker, we're the sex that gets raped, we're the sex that doesn't commit most violence, doesn't commit most sex crime, but also because men are seen as the pattern and women are seen as the other. Women are seen as defective men, lacking men. And so if you have a rule that doesn't take into account the fact that there are two sexes, it'll be built to the male pattern and it won't suit women. So I don't think the doctors thought about the impact on this, or if they did, they dismissed it. And I think of that as the foundational error in the whole way that the past century has gone when it thought about what sex means and what a sex change means. And now we've arrived at a place where there are very few distinctions between the sexes that aren't justified. You know, we've done things like, you know, we've same-sex marriage, we've equalized pension ages. It's perfectly normal for men in big cities to wear what they like and to wear makeup and so on. So the only thing that live as the opposite sex means now is intrude on the opposite sex's spaces and facilities and services. There's a very important mechanism that happened, which is that the doctors did this without asking anybody else, and they created facts on the ground. And then other people had to accommodate those facts on the ground, and so did governments and bureaucrats. So I give a lot of history about this in the book, but you don't understand anything if you don't understand this dynamic. Doctors did something. Patients implicitly or explicitly understood that to mean that they had the right to do something that would normally be only for the other sex. That meant that people had to respond with things like passports that changed sex, that had to workplace IDs that treated people differently, rules on marriage ended up being fudged, and so on. And then those changes were in a sort of a loop taken back by the doctors as license to do more. They would then say to their patients, you know, if you do these things, this is how it works out. So they kind of sold it. They started out by just creating a fact on the ground, and then they started to suggest sell it. So Rennie Richards, who was born Richard Raskind, had genital surgery in 1975 and immediately started entering women's tennis competitions, and then sued the US Tennis Association to be allowed entry to the US Women's Open. And Richard's surgeon wrote a short letter in support saying that Richards should be considered female. And amazingly, a judge accepted that and said that the US Women's Tennis Association had to accept him in the women's category. And in 2015, Richards was interviewed by a journalist and said, "I did it for selfish reasons. I thought I was entitled." I thought that was quite honest. Now, Richards was past 40. At that time, very, very, very few men underwent this surgery until they were in their 40s. So it just didn't really rise again because these are not people who are at their peak sporting age. And at the time of Richards, the US Tennis Association said that it feared an army of surgically altered males competing as women. But of course, we all know they didn't have to do that. They just doped the women. So that was one of the dynamics. Doctors do things, create facts, everyone else responds, and sometimes the courts weigh in, not necessarily wisely. And then the doctors and patients bank those concessions as rights. But all of it was based on the idea that the men had genital surgery. Nobody was saying that feelings gave the man the right to these entries. They thought the surgery gave the men the rights. Now, I don't think that was a good thing to do anyway, but at least it was a gatekeeping mechanism. But then the next most significant development was that people started to use human rights law. And specifically, they used the human rights law that says that that sterilization, unwilling sterilization, is a human rights abuse. And so by now, many courts have accepted the argument that no legal right can be contingent on having to undergo sterilizing surgery. And so now suddenly, the facts on the ground, which were really very much predicated on the idea that these men had had surgery, well, those rights were there, and those rights now depended not on having surgery, didn't depend on that anymore. So people who are new to this topic very often think, well, we draw the line at surgery. They're like, oh, he's had it all chopped off, hasn't he, they'll say. You're like, A, no, and B, we can't go back to that. And see, I wouldn't want to anyway. I don't think that this is a great place to be. The IOC was very influential in all of this. In 2003, it decided that it would use surgery as the line for when a man could compete as a woman. And I don't think any man did compete as a woman in the following 10 years. We don't know if they did anyway. But then in 2015, they followed this trend, and they got rid of the requirement for surgery. And the IOC, although it's not a formal governing body for all of sports, it very much sets the tone across all of sport. And so what it did was it set a testosterone level. Now, it's bad enough to say that you can turn a man into a woman by castrating him. We're not castrated men, we're our own thing. But it's even worse to call us a testosterone level, because then not only are we defective, lacking men, it's a category that any man can enter, and it can be contingent and temporary. And I think this is the oldest misogynistic idea that there is. You know, Eve was made from the rib of Adam. The female eunuch, that was the point of the title of Germaine Greer's great book. That you know, it's the oldest idea that women are defective men. And that is the idea that underpins the notion that men can have surgery or can lower their testosterone and then become women for the purposes of sport. So the whole history was very convoluted and very tied up as well in Castor Semenya, who, in case people don't understand the case, is a male person with an unusual disorder of sex development. And there's no need to go into that here. But anyway, what we got from 2015 was the idea that woman was a testosterone level. Now, all of this has been playing out against the backdrop of not a separate, but a much broader social movement in which children are told that the sexes aren't real categories, that what makes you a boy or a girl is how you feel and how you identify with gender stereotypes. And in fact, it's girls who are identifying out of their sex more than boys. And it's girls and young women who are the keenest on the idea that what makes you the sex that you are is how you behave or how you feel. But as I said, the impact is not symmetric. So even though it's girls who are identifying out of their sex, you don't see them competing in the male category. They still, in fact, compete in the female category. We saw that. We've seen non-binary women and women who identify as men competing as women, along with the men who identify as women. So suddenly the female category is the open category, which makes no sense. Now, not only are the sporting authorities thinking of women as a man with a defect, their other wrong framework is thinking that they need to be inclusive. So inclusive is one of those words that sounds like it's nice, but actually categories are by their definition not inclusive. That's the point. You can't be 20 and compete in under 18. You can't be able-bodied and compete in the Paralympics. You would have thought you can't be male and compete in the female category. But more broadly, the whole point of the female category is an inclusion measure. It's the only way that we can include women on the same basis as men in sport. So when they're being inclusive, they're being exclusive, which I think is quite appropriate, in fact, for a movement in which black is white, up is down, in is out, man is woman. I did an interview with Megyn Kelly on Wednesday, and she said that when she hears the word trans, she says fake. I say not. So to me, trans is like upside down. It's the word that turns things around. I don't think that sport is the worst place that all of this is happening. I think the very worst things, the two very worst things that are happening is that we're sterilizing kids and that we are putting rapists in women's jails. But it's in sport that the pushback has been strongest, and I want to just spend a few minutes saying why. I mean, one reason is that it's in the spotlight. Nobody cares what happens in jails. And it's very difficult to criticize things that happen inside other people's families, and rightly, I think, because there's too much intrusion in families overall. But it's in sport where we've seen the most obvious visible unfairness, and it's there, and it's in front of you, and it's on the podium, and I hope that gaining success in sport will translate into gaining success in all the other places where we're getting confused about what sex means, and all the other places where women's rights are being intruded upon, and all the confusions that we're teaching children. So why sport? I don't think it's only that it's in the spotlight. I think one reason is because it's easy for men to talk about it. So men have often been told off for saying anything about women's rights. They get told to butt out. And even if we don't tell them to butt out, it is actually quite hard for a man to have any very visible and vocal opinion about how you run rape crisis shelters, or whether lesbians should be allowed to have groups without men who say they're lesbians in those groups. It's not hard for men to talk about sport. And also men are given a lot more leeway to talk in a way that can be very forthright and honest. Women are told that we're not kind. Nobody really expects men to be kind. And the first thing that you get told as a woman if you talk on this is you get told that you're a bad feminist. Nobody tells men that they're bad feminists. So we do need men to talk more, and it's one of the things that's great about sport is that men care about sport and they care about their daughters. And another reason that sport has been so important is that it happens to well-off, well-educated people's children. There are lots of parents who sacrifice a lot for their kids' careers in sport and who help them all the way along, and then get absolutely livid when unfair competition comes and hurts their daughters. And lastly, sport also, it gets very strong intuitions going about fairness. And fairness isn't what you go to first when you think about, say, a homeless shelter or a rape crisis shelter or a prison. Those things should be fair, of course, but it's just not the founding principle of those things, whereas it is the founding principle of sport. So when you look at Rachel McKinnon or Leah Thomas or Emily Bridges or Laurel Hubbard on the podium, and they're so obviously, Leah Thomas not so much, but older or out of shape or chubby. And there's these really fit, amazing women on either side. Like, it's just so obvious that it's unfair. And yeah, it's just very telling. I have shown many people pictures of Laurel Hubbard on the podium at the Pacific Games. I think it was in 2019. And I don't think anyone I've shown it to didn't laugh, because it just is. It's a laugh of shock. Like, you can't believe what you're looking at. So I think that's possibly the biggest reason why it's happening in sport. But then something I realized only when I was preparing for this event was that another reason that sport can be so usefully moved faster than other areas is because there are other stakeholders that don't exist in the other areas where this ideology is intruding. And those are the audience and the sponsors. There comes a point that there is no reason to watch women's sport if there's a bloke in it and he's winning. People will turn off. And the sponsors who are now bullying the young women who talk up on this, I think they're just being very short-sighted. At some point, there won't be any sponsorship either. Women's sport will just be a joke because it's just won by some mediocre man. And I really think that's one of the reasons why we're starting to see some traction with the governing bodies. They realize this is not sustainable. Like, when it was just Renee Richards and then there wasn't another one for 30 years, that was one thing. But when they're popping up all over, and as Fiona McInerney points out from Fair Play for Women, we're going to start seeing trans-tourism between sports. When one governing body cracks down, well, the blokes will just move to a different sport. And if you don't crack down, suddenly you'll have all of them in your sport, and your women's sport will be completely pointless. So even if governments pass laws saying that men can be women if they say so, I just don't think you can run women's sports sustainably in this way, because you won't get audience and you won't get sponsors. You don't need to be telling the poor young women that they need to destroy their lives by walking away. I think we can tell other people to walk away. The sponsors. And then the last thing I think that's really useful about sport is that it's inherently international. So if you have, if it ends up being that, Canada is completely crazy and says that men can be women if they just, grow their hair long or something, but another country doesn't, well, then Canada wins all the women's sports. So it's not sustainable to have different rules in different places. Whereas it actually is sustainable to have different rules in different places when it comes to things like women's prisons, unfortunately. We're going to have to win that fight one at a time. Sport has a mechanism for sharing and spreading the ideas. I hope that sport becomes the first of many areas, but I also think it's the one where we can move fastest and do most, and we have the best chance of winning. So thank you all very much for being here and doing it. I think I'm handing over to Carole now, and she's already had her introduction. Have you? Yes. Yes, good.
Carole, the clicker should be on the podium for your slides. Let me know if you don't see it.
Okay. How's this? Can everybody hear me okay? All right. So first of all, it's such a privilege and an honor to be here with all of you. And I'm a scientist. I'm an evolutionary biologist. And today I'm not going to talk about the science. And I'm going to tell a story about my experience trying to talk about the science, trying to speak up about the science of sex. And I want to say I rehearsed this talk a few times, and then I found myself rushing through the important parts at the end. So I just want to say them now, because even if I don't get to any other slides, these are the take-home points. I'm going to burst the bubble here at the beginning, and then I'm just going to kind of tell you about my story. What got me here is the science. And people, even some in this room who know me and who know what my journey has been, I've been reluctant to come to this place. I've been reluctant to say that trans women are men. That's even hard for me to say now, but the issue has been forced. The science is real, and I know the science intimately. And so I came here not through sports, not through ideology, not through feminism, but because I am a deeply curious person about human nature and human biology and how we can explain who we are as humans. And that is all about seeking the truth and communicating the truth. And that's something that I think by my own nature, I will never not do. That is just my nature. So that's why I'm here. And it has the science that has led me to believe that males have absolutely no place in women's sports. And so the bubble that I'm going to burst is that I spoke up about the science in 2021. I went on to Fox News, and I'll tell you about that later, and said that there were two sexes. So I'll tell you exactly what I said. But things were very different in 2021. And this is the part, if anyone has ever heard me on a podcast in this room, you know that I will cry on at every sentence, basically. Nina said, where's Nina? Said that if she made one of her awesome little playing cards that had me on it, it would be like me just with tears flowing down my face with a smile. Okay, so the part that gets me emotional is that if this event had happened in now instead of 2021, if I had gone on Fox News and said there are two sexes, at Harvard, in the Department of Human Evolutionary Biology, I might still have my job because the culture is so different now. And it's so different in only 2 years because of all of the people in this room. And so I just want to give you a real example of the kind of progress that you all have made and what it is still like for so many women, especially scientists, who are unable to do the work and teach and publish what we need to do in order to make our case. So it's not just that women everywhere are silenced. And it's not a gag that is placed around our mouths, preventing us from speaking. It is not a set of laws or even explicit policies. It is what I experienced, is what Kathleen Stock experienced, and so many other women and researchers who are driven out of their professions because it is so painful to stay. It is made impossible for us to do our work. The bottom line is that the policies that we see today are a result not of democratic processes, of open discussion and debate, of free access to information that is relevant to public policy, and of people challenging each other so that the best ideas and views can emerge and that stakeholders are represented. That is democracy, and our institutions, including Harvard, including academia, including journalism, and Riley did a great job of outlining that, the principles that these institutions are supposed to be upholding so that the policies that we see being enacted are prevented, they're obviously wrong, that is because of silencing and a failure of institutional leadership. And that's what I experienced. So I'm just going to, I think, quickly now try to just tell you a little bit about my story. But that's just the bubble burst at the very beginning. And when I say I came here through the science, before I started my PhD research at Harvard in 1999, which was on testosterone and human sex differences, happened to be in cognition, I spent 8 months with chimpanzees in Western Uganda, and anybody who spends any time with wild chimps will notice that the males are bigger, stronger, faster, more powerful, and more violent than the females. Do they have any human culture? Are there sex differences socially constructed? No, it's biology. And what is the aspect of biology that accounts for this? It is testosterone. And so after I earned my PhD in 2004, it's a long story why I was able to stay without being a tenure-track professor with a research lab. I'll just say my most recent incarnation of my job was as a lecturer and co-director of undergraduate studies in human evolutionary biology. And I loved my job. And I love teaching, and so that is why I stayed on, mostly so I could work with undergrads. And I noticed in about 2015, things started to change. My undergraduates were sort of pushing back on the language I would use in teaching, and they also were bringing in more kind of queer theory and wanted more discussion about things like the social construction of sex. I was not prepared for that, but that was fine because it happened in the classroom. That's what's supposed to happen. It's called learning, and sometimes it's uncomfortable. Some of the stuff we learn is painful, and my attitude has always been, great. That is how we learn and grow, right? We have our views challenged. We learn how to challenge back. It can be emotional, right? That's okay. But it started to be not okay, and I was sensing that. And then this is just an example about what was happening in journalism. I could not control the narrative in journalism. In my classroom, that was fine. You know, we could have discussions, we could talk about the evidence. But when this started to happen in the New York Times and in these big newspapers in my territory, no, I was not having that. I knew that this is bullshit, and sorry. This is the one thing that really got me angry, because my whole fascination with testosterone was really understanding how incredibly powerful it is in separating the sexes in many ways and in safety for women. I hadn't even really thought about sports, I think, at that point. But being angry and feeling like someone is encroaching on your territory that you feel like you know really well is a great motivation to write a book. And that's what I wanted to do, because I could say what I wanted in my classroom, but now this was happening on a big national and international stage. So I did write a book, and it was really hard, and I was very proud of it. It got, I have to say, excellent reviews. And this, I'm not just saying this to brag, I'm saying this partly because it bears on what I am about to tell you as an academic. The book got excellent reviews in the mainstream press, but as an academic, it was important that it be evaluated as scientifically accurate from the academic journals. And that is what happened. And this review I love because it says something about being a caring, enthusiastic expert. That is how I think of myself, because I actually really do care about my students, many of whom were gender minorities. This is the part that always makes me cry, because those are the students who were attracted to a course or courses that were about hormones and sexuality, and I formed close relationships with many of those students. So what happened next, I just want you to keep in mind, because I think what happened to me is very common. I had close relationships with the faculty and students in my department in all of Harvard. I'd been there for a long time. And so, yeah, I went on Fox News and said that I was actually responding to an article written by the journalist Katie Herzog, in which she outlined the ways in which medical school professors in particular were backing away in their classes, in science education, from using terms like male and female out of fear. And I knew, that this might be problematic for me to go on Fox News, first of all, because 90% or whatever of Harvard students and faculty, it's even more among the faculty, are liberal or ultra-liberal. And I also thought, maybe people will have a problem with this, but I was so naive. I actually believed that the faculty administrators who knew me and knew my contributions to the department and my work, I believed that they would have my back. They did not. And I'm not going to go into everything that happened, but what I'm going to show you is just the beginning. There was more. It involved some serious mental health issues happening on my part because this was so distressing, and it culminated with me hiring an attorney and retiring. Okay, so I still have an affiliation with Harvard, and that is because Steven Pinker gave me an appointment in his lab. So thank you, Steve. So, sorry, I didn't tell you what I said on Fox News. So I said on Fox News, I just thought that I needed to defend the use of the terms male and female and say what everybody here knows to be true. These are real biological categories. They are a material, sex is a material reality based on the kinds of gametes we produce. And I also said that the ideology seems to be that biology really isn't, this was again, 2021, this is like one of my first public appearances, so it's not perfect. The ideology seems to be that biology really isn't as important of how somebody feels about themselves or feels their sex to be, but we can treat people with respect and respect their gender identities and use their preferred pronouns. So understanding the facts about biology doesn't prevent us from treating people with respect. Okay. Then what happened next was that I was alerted to this tweet by a friend. I wasn't tagged in the tweet. And if this had just been someone, just a graduate student in the department, I'm going to call her Sarah, that would kind of suck. But that's okay, because that's just her view, and that's what free speech is about, except she represented herself in her actual, as speaking on behalf of the department and speaking on behalf of Harvard as an institution, as the director of the Diversity and Inclusion Task Force for my department, Harvard HEB, I am appalled and frustrated by the transphobic and harmful remarks by a member of my department in this interview with Fox and Friends. This, again, was just the beginning. There were more incidents. But this was very damaging. This caused a lot of problems inside the department. You cannot imagine the fuss and the meetings and the emails and the what do we do? No one had any idea how to handle this. And that is a problem that we're trying now to address. But this went viral. It was covered in newspapers all over the world, even in Australia. Harvard lecturer blasted by colleagues for defending the existence of biological sex. Again, in the Department of Human Evolutionary Biology. This is where science is. This is, I'm not making, I know it's funny. It is funny, kind of. It's like, how, did that really happen? Yeah, and how, well, I should just say, one of the things that did happen is that the Graduate Student Union put together a petition that was linked to in a Harvard Crimson article, a petition basically against me saying that I had harmed Sarah because of that she had experienced some backlash. And no graduate students would agree to act as my teaching fellow, so I could not teach my course. I had to do a seminar instead of a lecture. I used to have a big lecture, could not teach it. And I did feel, you know, socially ostracized, and people did tell me to keep my mouth shut. Important people, I did not, and it was bad. How and why did that happen? Why did anyone think that that was an okay thing to do? I should mention the chair of another biology department also sent an email around to hundreds of people saying that I was transphobic and people should think twice about going to my talk. How did this happen? It is because of culture, a culture of fear and intimidation that looks like being nice. So if anyone here is on a university campus, you are inundated with messages about diversity and inclusion, about keeping people safe, helping them to feel included, but above all, don't offend anyone, don't hurt anybody's feelings, don't harm anyone with your words or views. Especially the part that gets me is whether locally or nationally, let us always, this is at a university campus, let us always choose empathy and kindness while rejecting hate and honoring the rights, differences, and dignity of others. So everyone in this room, I don't think anyone here is all for promoting hate and not honoring the rights and differences of others. That's not what this is about. This is about reasonable people with logical, science-based views who are fighting for what they believe. But if all you're hearing on the campus through flyers and emails and posters and meetings is don't hurt anybody's feelings, help everyone feel included, if someone says they're harmed by my views or words, everyone just goes to protect that person. And that means throwing people like me under the bus. And it also happens in a very real way through statements and emails telling people in so many different ways to keep their mouths shut, or your life will be ruined, or you're just a horrible person because you have the wrong view. Again, on a university campus that is supposed to be about truth-seeking. So what is the result of a lack of ability to research, speak about, teach about, express views freely? It is knowing basically what's in front of your eyes is wrong, but certain policies are enacted because a select view is silenced. Women are silenced. Where is Veritas? This I took for granted. I took democracy for granted. I took Veritas, truth-seeking, that my job was about searching for and communicating the truth. I took that all for granted. I do not anymore, and none of us should. Everyone here and everyone everywhere else who needs to fight to preserve the values on which our democratic institutions are supposed to be based. We are in trouble. And when we see something we know is wrong, when people try to bully us into silence, power is in our numbers. It's very hard for people to speak up, and I know that. I know it from firsthand experience. It was extremely difficult for me, but I want to say on the other side is a deeper sense of purpose and meaning, a sense of freedom and community that comes from expressing yourself freely and fighting for what you believe. And I wouldn't trade it for anything. And I'm so happy to be here with all of you. And yeah, so let's speak up and just keep speaking up. Thank you.
That was amazing. Whew. So if somebody could put up my first slide. Are you
Give
guys
us
gonna...
1 second, Linda. I don't know what happened.
Yes, well, while they're getting the electronics set up, I just want to say how incredibly privileged I feel to be in this crowd. I mean, even to share the stage is incredible. And while they're getting set up, I am going to be speaking about eligibility in women's sports and how we got from sex verification, screening, and testing, the cheek swab, to where we are right now, which is global discord.
You're up, Linda.
Okay, here we go. From 1976 to 1988, I spent a lot of time as a, you could call it nomadic athlete, national champion in Bolivia as a teen, then ACC champion and NC2A All-American in the USA, and finally, national champion of Canada. During that era, cheating by doping was bad. If anybody had told me in those days that I would be spending my postmenopausal years combating something worse, men and women's sports, I would never have believed them. But sure enough, it's happening. For the last perhaps 5 years, we have witnessed surreal instances of male-born athletes brazenly taking prizes in women's sports like high school track and cycling, and others pummeling women in MMA fights. The scandal involving swimmer Leah Thomas during the 2022 NC2A season certainly brought this phenomenon into public discourse. How did this happen? Who's responsible? I'll not mince words. There is no organization more culpable for the undermining of sex-based eligibility in sports than the International Olympic Committee, the IOC. Please note that when I use the term sex-based eligibility, I mean rules governing participation in the women's category that are based upon biological reality. I can point to 4 key moments when the IOC let women down. Moment 1, next slide, is this it? You have the clicker. Oh, I have the clicker, okay, there you go. Which is the one I pressed? Okay, thank you, Harvard. Thank you, Harvard. There you are, Allison. Moment 1 of the descent into our current unhappiness began in 1999 when the IOC decided to stop screening female Olympians for biological sex. Throughout the 1900s until that point, various strategies were used to ensure competitors in women's Olympic sports were indeed biological female. Some methods were more humiliating and were very humiliated and quickly abandoned. The most acceptable method was the cheek swab used from 1968 to 1992. I think I missed a slide. There. The most acceptable method was the cheek swab, and the screening procedure was very simple. A Q-tip would gently scrape cells from the inside the cheek that could then be tested for the presence of a bar body, which is the inactive X chromosome of the XX pair that could be detected as a little black dot under the microscope and confirmed that the person was indeed female. Here's an example of the female certificate belonging to cyclist Alison Sidor of Canada, sitting right over there, who was tested at the 1992 Olympics in Barcelona. Seeking improved accuracy, though, the IOC decided to switch to gene testing at the 1996 Olympics in Atlanta. Blood samples were taken from 3,387 female athletes to test for the SRY male gene directly. Sampling blood instead of swabbing the cheek was bound to be more troublesome for both athlete and tester, of course, and it was certainly more time-consuming. Indeed, it took 58 professionals donating 19 to 90 days of their time to do the testing, with a laboratory cost of $150,000. On that occasion, 8 athletes with male genetics were identified, 1 in about 400 female athletes. But apparently, IOC officials gave them all permits to compete anyway. But at least we know from this outcome that the genetic screen did work. Nevertheless, the IOC made the decision in 1999 to abandon the cheek swab and comprehensive sex verification altogether. Why? Whoops. Okay. So I'm going to leave this slide up. I went a little too soon. The IOC claimed, among other excuses, that the screen made female athletes feel uncomfortable. Their own survey of Olympians in Atlanta showed that this was not true. 82% of female athletes surveyed thought sex verification should be continued, and 94% indicated that they were not made anxious by the screening procedure. The real reason for discontinuing the reasons were social and political. Various activist groups declared the screen to be discriminatory, causing emotional and social injury. The dominoes fell readily after that. Moment 2 was the Stockholm Consensus in 2003. Claiming to be guided by the best information available at the time, the IOC Medical Commission decided that male transsexuals should be allowed to compete in the women's category and that fairness could be guaranteed if they had their testes removed at least 2 years pre-competition, legal status as female, and hormones in line with the female profiles. In her wonderful 1999 speech at the Women's Place UK event, Dr. Emma Hilton pondered the question, well, what sort of information was available at the time, 2003? She summarized that the IOC likely had access to data from at least one study on the performance impact of medical transition on adult males by that time. And combined with knowledge of their own Olympic records, those committee members would have understood that males are stronger, larger, and taller than females. Males outperform females in sport. And the study showed that even 3 years into transition, male transsexuals maintain significantly larger muscle mass compared to their female counterparts. So the claim that the best available evidence guided the IOC decision was disingenuous, to say the least. Members of the IOC Medical Commission would have known that surgical requirement could not possibly remove the male competitive advantage, yet they decided to allow transsexual males into women's sports anyway. Dr. Hilton expressed dismay by the advice given to the IOC by the very author of that one study. Dr. Louis Guerin said, quote, "Depending on the level of arbitrariness one wants to accept, it is justifiable that reassigned males can compete with other women," unquote. This statement and the decision that followed was illogical, unscientific, and yes, completely arbitrary. It was political, not based on science or common sense. Arbitrary as it was, this momentous decision in 2003 signaled something more disheartening still, that the IOC would henceforth prioritize the male perspective in future decisions on eligibility in women's Olympic sports. Moment 3 was the IOC Transgender Consensus of 2015. In a bewildering move, in 2015, the IOC made it much easier for males to wedge themselves into female competition. The surgical requirement was thrown out, and all a male athlete would have to do is self-identify, declare, as a woman and spend 1 year with testosterone levels lowered to and maintained at or below 10 nanomoles per liter, a level that's still many times higher than any female athlete. So why the change? Several factors no doubt contributed, including the NC2A adoption of the 1 year 10 nanomole solution as early as 2010. But I want to tell you about 2 Canadian males who played key roles in the years leading up to 2015. One of them, Kristen Worley, made a complaint, while the other, Joanna Harper, followed up with a solution. The complaint. A few years after the Stockholm Consensus was enacted, Canadian transsexual cyclist Kristen Worley began to compete in women's category. Experiencing castration levels of circulating testosterone, virtually none, Worley found it problematic to train and recover without it, which makes sense. A male body is designed to need high levels of circulating testosterone. Quoting from Worley's book, Woman Enough, in July 2006, I became the first transitioned athlete in the world to request a TUE, which is a therapeutic use exemption, for testosterone as a necessity for basic health, unquote. After that, from 2006 to 2015, Worley agitated incessantly for special status while competing as a woman. What struck me most while reading the book was how Worley could pick up the phone and call just anybody, including the IOC president. What woman has ever had that kind of access to power in sport? The solution. As that standoff was happening with Worley, another Canadian, medical physicist Joanna Harper, a long-distance runner who self-identifies as a woman, argued that gonadal surgery was an unnecessary burden and that testosterone reduction should be sufficient to level the playing field. It was the age of Facebook, and Harper found 7 other male runners of master's age who identified as women and used their self-reported performances in a study to prove that their running times came into alignment with same-age females after hormonal mitigation. Harper published the study in 2014 and became an instant celebrity amongst IOC proponents of transgender inclusion. Now, I don't have time to go into the many flaws of this study. You can read more about it at our website, N=8. But it is enough to say that questionable data from only 8 older male runners should never have been used to change the rules of sport for every female athlete in every Olympic sport in every country around the globe. But it was, and with this study, Joanna Harper gained something far more valuable: a place at the table of the IOC Medical Commission and the tremendous influence that comes with it. Harper remains one of their primary consultants on transgender inclusion to this day. It appears that everything came to a head in 2015. Worley filed legal action against the IOC and all cycling organizations in the spring of 2015, and by the fall of 2015, the IOC saw their opportunity to use the NC2A solution, seemingly supported by Joanna Harper's study, as their quick fix to make the problem go away. Unsurprisingly, in the years following 2015, the 2015 IOC transgender consensus, there was a flourishing of males self-identifying and dominating women's competition. A prime example was my third Canadian compatriot, Rachel McKinnon, known as Veronica Ivy. A women's world masters champion in both 2018 and 19, cyclist McKinnon Ivy became the go-to commentator expert on all things transgender inclusion. Ivy's mean-spirited dismissals of women's objections to male participation are legendary. This was the person who invited naysayers to die in a grease fire. After the embarrassment of having the entire world watch New Zealand's Laurel Hubbard competing in the women's weightlifting at the Tokyo Olympics in 2021, the IOC invited none other than Veronica Ivy to their new consultations regarding amending its eligibility framework. Catherine Davies of Save Women's Sports Australasia discovered this fact while tuning in to a webinar out of Arizona State University recorded August 12, 2021. In it, special guest Veronica Ivy bragged about an upcoming trip to Lausanne, Switzerland to be part of the IOC consultations. This was right after Tokyo. The transcript, by the way, of that webinar bears witness to a presentation full of obscenities about women's views and contempt for scientific inquiry. Shortly thereafter, Kath Davies did the obvious thing, wrote a letter to the IOC asking whether this time women could participate in the conversation on eligibility policy in women's sports. In a written reply dated September 7, 2021, the IOC dismissed her request outright. The letter said that consultations were closed and that the IOC had already listened to all sides in the debate. So once again in 2021, the IOC went out of its way to exclude the female voice and instead sought the expertise of a belligerent male who has absolutely zero disregard for women. I had to put this in here. This happened last week after the UCI announcement. I can't even read it out, but the quote that you see on the slide serves to illustrate the general tone of discourse we have come to expect from this person. I'll let you all read it for a moment. All right. F the UCI. Buckle up, bitches. Yeah. It's not makeup, MFers. It is war paint. This person wants to go to war with us now. So moment 4 took place 3 months later when the IOC revealed its new framework on fairness, inclusion, and non-discrimination, November 2021. Well, with experts like Veronica Ivy involved in consultation, it was unsurprising that the policy would turn out to be worse than ever. This time, neither surgery nor testosterone reduction would be required. Instead, each Olympic sport would have to implement their own policy position on male inclusion. And otherwise, the onus would be, get this, the onus would be on the women and girls to prove that a trans-identified male athlete in their event has a disproportionate competitive advantage. What are you going to do? Run your race and then submit a complaint about the... Anyway, it's ridiculous. Essentially, having created an enormous problem starting in 1999, the IOC in 2021 punted responsibility for a solution to each international sports federation. It was a cowardly act. The insults of 2021. Laurel Hubbard at the Olympics, women displaced by entitled males at IOC consultation, the cowardly act, the cowardly framework of the IOC, and actually, in that month, November, was when Leah Thomas appeared. All of those things served as the last straw. It was the moment when women from various countries realized that our voices might never be heard unless we could find a way to collaborate. This is how women's sports groups from 10 countries came together in January of 2023, this year, to launch the International Consortium on Female Sport, ICFS. The purpose of the ICFS is to represent the female voice globally in advocating for fairness and safety for women and girls in sport. It comes along not a moment too soon. Currently in 2023, global sports policies are all over the place. Thankfully, with some protecting the female category, World Rugby, World Swimming, World Athletics, and a few days ago, thank goodness at long last, World Cycling. Woohoo! Others have merely adjusted the levels of testosterone and duration of time for a male to get into women's competition. Meanwhile, the number of scientific investigations on this topic has risen to 18 studies, all of which provide evidence that no amount of testosterone reduction is ever enough to mitigate the advantage that a male body has over the female body in sports, including a study by Joanna Harper. So, let's conclude. At every point along the way over the past 20 years, female athletes' right to fair and safe sport have been disregarded by the IOC. This mindset just has to change. From this day forward, we call on the IOC and all sports federations to consult with females in sport, return to sex-based eligibility requirement, and implement a new and improved cheek swab screen or something like that, and sex verification protocol. It's too bad it's come to this point, but the lying has made it become necessary. Thank you.
we have a few moments now for some Q&A. I'm going to just give, yes, Donna? Do you have a question? Oh, okay, give us 1 second. I want to move this out of the way so people can see. That would help me. Oh, clicker. Watch the water. Oh, good idea. Got me help. Thank you. Oh, careful. I'm going to push me off the stage. There we go. We want to move on to the... So Marshi is going to walk. Can you all hear? Yes. Marshi is going to walk around with the microphone. Oh, okay. Never mind, Morgan. Before we get started, thank you, all three of you. Those were brilliant. It was really delightful to hear, and I'm so glad you came all this way. So why don't we start with Donna? She had her hand up right away. She's coming.
Given the UN expert support of the European Court in supporting the Castor-Semina case, I hope you add that to your list, because I don't know if the experts at the UN have reached out to any of you to consult about their position on human rights versus women's sports. But I would like you, because transgender has been conflated with individuals that are born, like Castor, of intersex, and how do we deal with that dialogue?
Can you hear me? I think what you're getting at is that, is there, like, if we do a screen, and let's say the SRY gene comes up. So the screen is, you know, it's the screen, but then there has to be a test that follows up after that in the lab or whatever medical procedures, okay? If a person comes up with a positive SRY gene, then there would be, I think, one exception would be the complete androgen insensitivity person. It is pretty clear to me, I didn't have that position originally, but it's been clear to me from various people and things I've read that the case CAIS situation is literally, it's an XY chromosome, but then there's almost a reversal of the process of sex determination in the womb, and the person is female. But the ones that were found at the 8 athletes found to have the SRY gene in Atlanta were all variations on the partial androgen insensitivity. Well, that's not good enough, because partial still involves males. It's male DSDs. AIS is a male DSD. And all of those have, to some degree, a competitive advantage, even like from the beginning. So I think that if we were honest, like Carole was saying, if we could have open dialogue and a real committee with all the experts at the table, I would be quite comfortable with maybe where the cutoff line was made, right? But otherwise, you know, and I guess that's it. The lying for 20 years is what makes us have no faith in any committee that meets about this. So there has to be a return to faith. But the final thing is, when the European Court of Human Rights makes a decision on behalf of one individual, it fails to consider that all of us have human rights. What about the rights of all of us? And that seems to never be presented in the court. So I'm not sure what's happening with the legal cases, but anyway, it's not the same as the Court of Arbitration for Sport, and I don't think that case and that ruling is going to make any difference, frankly. Yes?
Yeah, currently, World Athletics rules aren't changing whatsoever.
Have the mic there, sorry.
Currently, the World Athletics rules have not been affected whatsoever in dealing with the DSDs. There are new rules that have applied to all the events, and requiring 2 years of testosterone suppression down to 2.5 nanomoles per liter should effectively solve that problem.
For the
our sport,
DSDs.
for
the DSDs.
This is only about the DSD.
Right.
Excuse
okay.
me.
Any other questions? Someone for Helen? I have a question for you, Helen. Okay. I'm wondering how long, like when you left your post in journalism to go research and write your book, what was your learning arc like on this? I think most of us in this room have kind of a, oh, wait, what? You know, wait, this surprises me. And I'm learning that there's a life cycle of understanding what's going on, especially with the effects for women and girls. What was your experience like? How long was that arc? When did you, what was your moment, and how did you go on that journey?
So my moment started in 2017 when I was asked to write, or to commission somebody to write an article on trans identification among kids. And I had no idea that this was even happening, so I came into it fresh and just tried to treat it like any other journalistic subject. And what astonished me was that, you know, I mean, I've been a foreign correspondent, and I've written a lot of stories about things like pedophilia or children using porn, like really sensitive subjects. You know, I had to write about corruption, I had to write about murder in Brazil. I'm used to sending out emails just saying, hi, I'm a journalist, I'm writing this article, I'd like to ask you a few questions. And I was responded to in a totally different way for this article than for anything else, which was that just by asking the question, I was a very bad person. You know, I was blocked by Stonewall on Twitter simply for sending them a message saying, you know, I'd like to talk to you about your support for gender self-ID. You know, might that not actually impact on women's rights? I got the rudest answer and was then blocked. And I'd never experienced anything like that. So I came into it sort of blind and fresh and was immediately like, this is not like anything else.
I think Carole can relate.
Yeah. But then, you know, the big difference for me was that I had a boss who had a spine. That's what Carole didn't have. People immediately, as soon as my first article came out, tried to get The Economist to sack me. There were some people who didn't agree with me internally, but The Economist has a very strong culture, a very strong collegiate culture, so that didn't become the same sort of witch hunt as does at other organizations, including other journalistic organizations. But when a particular trans activist called Anthony Watson, who is very closely related to the Labour Party, he started tweeting just endlessly, dozens and hundreds of times a day about me, and complaining to The Economist, and then commissioning a journalist to write a hit piece on me, and paying to get that tweet about that promoted, and this sort of nonsense. That journalist wrote to The Economist and asked for comment, and they just said, we stand by our journalism. I mean, it was a real please fuck off sort of reply. And then immediately just stopped it. Like, that was all that was required, was just a bit of institutional courage. So, I mean, I did end up moving and leaving journalism, but it's not because I was pushed out of The Economist. In fact, I was repeatedly promoted. I just couldn't do anything else because this becomes your life because it's so crazy and you can't look away. But I left on very good terms. And The Economist's line, I think, has been very good on all of this. As I said when I left, there are more people at The Economist than me who understand that there are two sexes. So my work here is done. I can leave them to do good journalism and I can go off and do something else. But that is all it takes, is just a boss who says, I don't like being bullied, I do like free speech. I may not agree with everything people say, but I'm not going to fire people and I'm not going to join in circular firing squads. That's all we need.
I don't want to, oh, we've got another question. Okay.
So I've read and I've heard you all say that, you know, different sports have different testosterone levels for different periods of time, so you have to be at whatever level for a year or whatever level for 2 years or something. I have no understanding whatsoever about how that works in practice, if it does, in any of the sports. So does anybody actually have to come out and say, okay, I've decided I'm trans, and then who tests to make sure that they're staying below that level for however long it's supposed to be?
Absolutely, a great question. It's so much virtue signaling because seriously, even back in 2015 when they decided on the 10 nanomole per liter level, who's testing all day long? Like seriously, it costs so much money There was a situation when I was president of athletics, track and field in my province of Alberta. I went to the national meeting, and they literally said that the doping agency was going to actually decide to not support a certain race because it was going to be required that we test the African athlete, or like not the African, all the athletes were coming in. It was a marathon, and they had to be tested, and they didn't have the money to even do enough tests for that one event. There is no, like my association, when I just stepped down recently as president of Athletics Alberta, the board, and I've been there for 9 years, but I can tell you for sure, if we had to go to somebody's house, knock on the door and say, could you provide us with a sample and we'll test it, and if we had to do that every day to make sure their levels was staying down, that would be considered a harassment situation. And we'd go broke anyway. To have that test repeated day after, the only way, I mean, you don't even want to contemplate having like a chip installed to make sure that your level is, I mean, no, I don't want to go there, you know.
But isn't it a red herring anyway? Isn't it?
It is. It's just to give them a pass. It's all. Like, there's no way to do it. That's right. So Sharron makes a really good point. If they happen to fail a test and they're over, they get 1 year slap on the wrist. If we fail the test, we get 4 years and maybe banned for life as female athletes. There's nothing about this that is fair.
Go ahead, Fiona.
I asked Joanna Harper that question, Fiona McInerney, Fair Play for Women. I asked Joanna Harper that question one-to-one, and Joanna's answer was trans women really don't want their testosterone levels to rise, so you can absolutely trust them to keep their levels down.
Go ahead, Mar.
On that last question, I'm a former elite athlete, and I can say absolutely categorically, unless there's 24/7, 365 days a year, out of competition, no notice testing on testosterone suppression for males, it's totally meaningless. You know,
totally.
Why are all these sports bodies investing millions in anti-doping, and then they let males into the female category with no robust testing system? It's just ridiculous. And my question is, I'm really glad to hear Carole raising our institutions, our public institutions, and whether they are fit for purpose. And I see this over and over again with gender ideology. All our public institutions, whether that be sports governing bodies, government ministries, the media, you know, they're just failing in this. And Maya Forstater did a thread a while ago about how gender ideology corrupts institutions from the inside and makes them become unable to do the jobs that they're supposed to do. And this is really serious beyond gender ideology. If our public institutions don't function in the way that they're supposed to, we're all very vulnerable to new issues coming up. And if our institutions can't tackle them, where are we going to be? So, yeah, for any of you to answer, please.
I would like to hear that from Carole, actually. I mean, if you could talk, what does a healthy institution look like? How do we get there?
Yeah, I think this is the most important question that needs an answer. I do not have all the answers. I have some ideas, and there's some examples being set in academia. So right now at Harvard, some of you might have read about the establishment of the Council on Academic Freedom. So this is a sort of, it's a council that was started by Harvard faculty and Harvard kind of affiliates. So it's semi-independent, it's hard to explain. But we now have over 120 faculty members who are really trying to tackle this head on and to establish clear principles for how to respond when a situation like mine arises. Because in 2021, this was sort of the first time this had really pushed this question of how do you respond when you have, in one case, a trans, somebody who identified as a trans woman graduate student. It happened to be a black woman who was the director of our Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Belonging Committee. And these are people who are in what is perceived to be and what is actually sometimes something like a marginalized category. These are very complicated issues where some people are actually hurt and they do have other struggles. And how do you deal with that as administrators? It is the culture that was the problem. So the culture at The Economist was what it needed to be. The culture at University of Chicago has some principles which are very clear, and the case of Dorian Abbott there helped to illustrate what the proper response is. The president of the University of Chicago just reiterated what they have in their very clear academic freedom principles. They don't weigh in on the issue. They just support the right of their, whether it's journalists or scholars, to express their views. So one thing, so the focus has to be on the culture. So I don't totally blame the people who lacked a spine, because the incentive structure in my institution was DEI, protect the students. And so what people need to do is come from the bottom up, which is what's happening here, to agitate for change in the culture by establishing clear principles that essentially relieve the administrators of having to decide in the moment what to do. They shouldn't weigh in on right and wrong. They should just reiterate the principles on which their institutions were founded, which I think for the most part are really strong, reasonable principles. So I know that this isn't like the clearest ideas of exactly what we can do, but it is about establishing a culture and an incentive structure where people in positions of power are incentivized to use whatever spine they do have, or if they don't have it, they can just say, look at this document, I don't have to say anything here.
Helen, you want to add something?
So when an organization embeds a lie at the center of it, it breaks everything, because it means that people can't do whatever their main job is. So if you are an organization that was set up to advocate for women, and then you lie and you say that men can be women and women can be men, now you become a men's rights organization. You might as well be an incel organization. And we've seen that with the National Organization for Women here, but also in other countries. You know, if you were set up to do child safeguarding and you tell the lie that boys can be girls and girls can be boys, you specifically start to agitate for putting boys in girls' dormitories when they go away on trips. You agitate for people not being able to say that a particular teacher is male and therefore shouldn't be supervising the girls. So you turn institutions through 180 degrees when you put a lie right at their heart. And once that's happened with an institution, I don't know if there is a way back for it. So the important thing is not to allow the lie to come in the first place. And I'm starting to think a lot more about how that we can do that institutions that haven't yet fallen to putting a lie at their heart, how can you protect yourself? Just to give one example, I was talking to a woman recently who works for a charity that works with incarcerated people, men and women. And she was very aware of these issues because a friend of hers had been writing about them for some years. And then some of the young women came to her and said, we need to put out a statement saying that trans women are women. And she said, oh, that's interesting, because that's not how we make policy here. We make policy based on our groups, our user groups, people who have been incarcerated. Has this come up in any of those? And I mean, of course not. So they went, oh, right. And she said, come back when it does. And so she, in a 2-minute conversation, saved herself from something that could have destroyed her organization. So don't allow the lie in. When the lie has come in, as it has at the IOC and as it has at so many sporting organizations, I'm quite pessimistic that we can save those organizations. And I think in the next 10 to 20 years, we're going to see a big churn in organizations. I don't know the American organizations as well as the English ones, but I do not think that Stonewall can survive. I don't think it can be rescued. I don't think Fawcett Society can be rescued. I think we're going to have to close Mermaids down. I think a load of institutions are going to die, but we've got new ones. We've got icons. You know, we've got all these fantastic organizations that are taking place for them. This is creative destruction. This is the way that it should happen. So it just can't come fast enough to me that we just kill these zombie organizations that are trading on their good name, telling lies, working exactly against what they were founded to do, and that we turn over to newer organizations that aren't telling lies.
Thank you, Helen. I want to reflect on one thing you said during your talk, and that was I had not considered the whole idea of women being at testosterone level, just thinking about the questions that have come up here, and how that means that women can be identified in and out of, like it's a transient identity, that was a shocking statement to me. I had always felt like, of course I'm more than a hormone. I understood that statement of women are not a hormone level. I hadn't considered it being something that was changeable. And that was it's very interesting to hear from all of you who've thought so deeply in different ways about the implications for this. And it's, fun to learn new things or see things differently. Linda wanted to close with another thought.
I just wanted to point out a quick little subtlety. When I was still president of track and field in Alberta, and I stumbled into this issue, and I realized, yikes, we're in trouble, and about the lie coming in. I and my board went on a little retreat in the mountains. Have you ever heard of Banff, Alberta? And so we were just sort of outside of Banff, and we spent a Saturday just hunkering down, trying to figure out our policy. And we were trying to find the right words and blah, blah, blah. And finally, the lowliest staff member said, but why do we have a separate policy? Why do we need that? We already have an athlete's code of conduct. Like, why make a special policy anyway statement on? The thing is, so we went to our athletes, we went to what we'd had for a decade under our code of conduct and what's the responsibility of an athlete. So we have responsibility of coaches and, all of that. And we saw it. An athlete's not allowed to misrepresent themselves. You're not allowed to say you had a different birth date. You're not allowed to say you're from a different club. In that sentence, it was already in there, and then we just put an addendum, which was like brackets, appendix, look at the appendix for the trans situation, and then we had a sex-based guideline in our appendix. We didn't have to have a separate trans policy. We needed whoever's in our sport has to behave like any athlete, and they have to comply like any athlete. And we were the provincial, state level. At that time, World Athletics had a different policy, Athletics Canada has a different, but on the ground, in our province, we had a sex-based policy. And we were the first ones I was elected, because I had to be re-elected, on the basis of having that policy. And so we were able to hold our line as a small little province. All the others didn't like what we had said, but they couldn't do anything about it. So if you stand your ground on sex-based rights, from the beginning, you save yourself a whole lot of trouble. A lot of trouble.
Good. So I think we're going to take a 15-minute break, give everyone a little chance to stretch their legs, and then we'll be back. Thank you.
Good job.
Can we get everyone to take their seats? We're ready to get started with the next session. Okay. Oh boy. I've got to reconnect. Okay, introducing our next session on language and policy, I would like to welcome a dear friend, Corinna Cohn.
Thank you, Kim. Welcome back, everybody. Holy crap, there's a tranny up on the stage. Yeah, I'm one of them. I'm very grateful we had a 15-minute break. I was able to use the little boys' room. I was perfectly safe. Sorry, gentlemen, if I startled you. I've been using the men's room much more consistently. I think that we should, because that is a sex-segregated space. And there's only one difficult thing about it, which is I have to remember not to wash my hands when I'm done. All right. So why am I here today? Well, it's because I think you guys are going to win. You women are going to win. And as a mediocre male who wants to be in women's sports, I also want to win. So that's why I'm on your side. So what have I done to show that I'm in support of women's sports? Well, in January of last year, 2022, I gave testimony at the Indiana State Legislature in support of HB 1041, which is a bill that protects, it was designed to protect women and girls' rights. It was amended during conference to apply only to K-12, but it passed. Our friends at the ACLU sued, and they withdrew their lawsuit. So as far as I know, in Indiana, that is protected. So I also gave testimony in Ohio for a similar bill, and I am very willing to give testimony any place that I can travel to easily for the same thing. Why? Because girls and women deserve to compete in their own sports, sex class, just on the basis of fairness. And every person who imagines themselves to be identified as the opposite sex should actually have a reckoning with the truth and realize that this is a matter of fairness and that biological males have an unfair advantage in women's sport. That's just uncontestable. Probably, I have the lowest testosterone level of anybody in this room because I was castrated as a 19-year-old. All right, so I have some competition. But 30 years without having testosterone in my system has not changed my wingspan, has not changed my lung capacity, has not changed my height. And these are all extremely important factors in competition. So let me just say that although there's been some conversation with some of these sporting committees about what levels of testosterone are acceptable for male competition in women's sports, it's a red herring. There is no level of testosterone, including 0, that justifies the inclusion of men in women's sports, period. So I'm going to be introducing the language panel here, but I want to mention something and reiterate some themes that have been brought up already, including especially by Helen Joyce. The greatest thing that we have on our side to change the world is to be able to speak truthfully. And we are not able to exercise our freedom of conscience unless we have access to the whole truth. We need to be able to speak the truth. So hopefully you'll participate with me in a little bit of an exercise here. I'm going to count to 3, and then I want everybody to shout out what sex I am. 1, 2, 3. Male. And my pronouns are? He. All right, now was that so hard? You should be able to say that to any of these men who are competing in the sports, or any of the men who are coming up with excuses why other men should be competing in these sports. You should be able to say without rancor, without hatred, without any sort of ill feeling at all, you are a man, you are a male, and my eyes are not lying to me. I see things as they are, and I just have to speak truthfully. So I have been speaking at state legislatures last 2 years, and I would like everyone here to consider that if you're an American or if you're in a democracy, that you have representatives that you should be able to approach with your concerns on this matter. You can write to them, you can call them, you can work together with other people in your community to, because when you work together, that's actually a lot more powerful, to approach these politicians and tell them what your concerns are and make them listen to you. Tell them the truth, your truth, and make sure they hear it. So we're here on women's sports. I want to just, again, reiterate something that Helen Joyce said earlier. There are 3 connected issues here. It's not only sports. It's extremely important because sports is about fair competition. But we also must keep women in prisons safe. Now, there's a lot of female athletes that were able to show up today, but it's a lot more difficult for incarcerated women to be able to show up to events like this. They're locked up. But people on the outside have to have them in our memories and in our conscience and say, hey, we still need to advocate for these women to be safe from predators that are being housed in their prisons. The third issue is that we must end the practice of medicalizing gender surgeries and gender medicalization in children. This is non-negotiable. So when you leave today, I hope that you remember, be able to speak truthfully, be able to speak to those in power and those who have access to policy influence, and to keep those 3 issues in mind. So I am honored to introduce our next session on language and its effect on policy. Kicking off the panel is the president of Women's Declaration International USA, Kara Dansky. Kara is an attorney with a JD from the University of Pennsylvania and a BA from Johns Hopkins University, with an extensive background in criminal justice law and policy. Between 2012 and 2014, she served as senior counsel on criminal justice policy at the ACLU. Kara published the groundbreaking book, The Abolition of Sex, in 2021, and is currently working on a sequel titled The Reckoning. Welcome, Kara. Joining Kara is Hadley Heath Manning. Hadley is Vice President for Policy at Independent Women's Forum and Independent Women's Voice. She helps develop and manage the policy positions and advocacy work of these organizations and offers expert testimony before congressional committees and state legislatures. Hadley appears regularly on Fox Business Network, and her commentary has been published in the New York Times, Wall Street Journal, and many other outlets. Hadley has been a big part of creating and advancing the Women's Bill of Rights, model legislation that debuted this legislative session and is being enacted in 3 states so far. Welcome, Hadley. And last but not least, we have Roe Edge from New Zealand. Roe is the co-founder of both Save Women's Sports Australasia and the International Consortium on Female Sport. Roe consults with Sport New Zealand and national sporting bodies and has been instrumental in bringing to light the sex-based discrimination women are facing in Australia and New Zealand. Roe will share how common language, as well as united and consistent advocacy, has to be a bedrock for women around the world. Please welcome these women. Kara.
Thank you. Just before going to my slides, I just feel the need to point out that that image of me was taken by the ACLU when I was on staff. And so when that image of me shows up in my bio, I always have to laugh because no one at the ACLU will talk to me anymore. Okay, so could we have the slides, please? So it'll go straight from this. Okay, great. Okay, so good afternoon. I really want to thank Icons for having me here today to talk about the importance of using accurate sex-based language when talking about women's sports. Now, I realize that some of the things I have to say are going to be a bit controversial, and that's okay. There's plenty of room for respectful disagreement. I know that Icons is focused on many aspects of women's sports, of which keeping male athletes out of them is but one example. I'm here today to focus on that particular aspect of Icons' work and my views about the importance of using accurate and sex-specific language when we talk about it. There are several types of individuals and organizations that are working to protect women's sports. For example, there are non-ideological groups like Icons and Sex Matters, conservative-leaning groups like the Independent Women's Forum, and biologists like the great Emma Hilton and Colin Wright, who focus on male athletic advantage, among other things. And then there are the TERFs. That's groups like Women's Declaration International, were leftist radical feminists dedicated to women's sex-based rights, including sports. What happened? Okay, so the heart of our work at WDI is the Declaration on Women's Sex-Based Rights, an international document that reaffirms women's sex-based rights, including women's rights to physical and reproductive integrity and the elimination of all forms of discrimination against women and girls that result from the replacement of the category of sex with that of gender identity. The document relies heavily on CEDAW, which is the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, although that's a lot to say, so we can just say CEDAW. This is a UN convention that the US has not ratified and to which we are not bound. Still, it contains some principles to which we at WDI think the US and all 50 states ought to adhere. The Declaration consists of 9 articles, Article 7 of which reaffirms women's right to the same opportunities as men to participate actively in sports and physical education. It cites CEDAW and goes on to state, as you can see here, that CEDAW's mandate that countries ensure the same opportunities to participate actively in sports and physical education should include the provision of opportunities for girls and women to participate in sports and physical education on a single-sex basis, to ensure fairness and safety for women and girls, the entry of boys and men who claim to have female gender identities into teams, competitions, facilities, or changing rooms, etc., set aside for women and girls should be prohibited as a form of sex discrimination. We do not compromise on this position. So throughout this talk, I would like to suggest 3 main reasons for always using accurate sex-specific language and dispensing with the language of gender identity completely. First is the psychological damage that comes with using the language of gender. Second is that any compromise on this ultimately harms women and girls as a sex class. Third is that compromise doesn't even work because proponents of gender identity will never be satisfied with any amount of compromise. Okay, so in 2019, the UK group Fair Play for Women, represented here by Fiona, posted a guest post called Pronouns Are Rohypnol. Now, for anyone who doesn't know, Rohypnol refers to what is colloquially known as the date rape drug. In the piece, the author states, one of the biggest obstacles to halting the stampede over women's rights is pronoun and preferred name courtesy. People severely underestimate the psychological impact to themselves and to others of compliance. Now, in this piece, she was talking specifically about the use of wrong sex pronouns to refer to people in the third person, but I would argue that the points she makes here apply to any use of language that obscures the material reality of sex. So to illustrate her point, she talks about something called the Stroop effect, described as a delay in reaction time between congruent and incongruent stimuli. You can take a test online to determine how much longer it takes the average person to recognize various colors, depending on whether the color is written in the color being named or in another color. We're going to do this in a second. So the test goes like this. Looking at the next slide, see what it feels like to say to yourself what each color is. We're just going to take a few seconds. Remember, you're saying to yourself what the color of the word is, not what the word says. Okay. Okay, everyone have a sense of what that feels like? Okay. So now, looking at the next slide, see what it feels like to say to yourself what each color is. Again, you're saying to yourself what the color is, not what the word says. It's hard, right? So I asked you in this exercise to see what it feels like to say to yourself what each color is. And I didn't time us, but if you take the test online, the system will tell you that it'll tell you the difference between how long it took you to say the colors out loud when reading this slide versus how long it takes you to say the colors out loud when reading this slide. For nearly all of us, it takes us around twice as long to read the colors in the second slide. The basic reason why is that our brains take longer to process obvious incongruences. So getting back to the pronouns our Rohypno article, the author states that when taking the test, you'll find you have to consciously fight the conflict of input to your brain each and every time. And it leaves you confused, distracted, slower, frustrated, and fatigued, forcing our brains to ignore the evidence of our eyes, to ignore a conflict between what we see and know to be true and what we are expected to say affects us. She continues, using preferred pronouns does the same. It alters your attention, your speed of processing, your automaticity. You may find it makes you anxious. You pay less heed to what you want to say and more to what is expected of you. It slows you down, confuses you, makes you less reactive. That's not a good thing. So that's the author's view, which I share, on why we shouldn't use wrong sex pronouns ourselves. She also encourages readers to do a similar experiment, examining what happens to our brains when we read or hear incongruent things that are written or said by others. So for example, you might, when you go home, take an article that you read about who I will refer to as Will Thomas, that describes him using she and her pronouns. Rewrite the article, changing all the pronouns back to male and referring to him as Will. Now, knowing that Thomas is male, how do you feel reading an article that pretends he's female versus how you feel reading it accurately? The author encourages readers to ask themselves questions like these as they read both versions. Do you feel anxious? Do you feel uncomfortable? Is your sense of injustice alerted? Her hypothesis is that if the use of wrong sex hormones is harmless, reading these two versions of the article shouldn't make a difference. But for most people, it actually does. So why are pronouns rohypnol, according to her, instead of some other substance that obscures our perceptions? For example, why doesn't she say that pronouns are LSD or magic mushrooms? She explains that at least for women, these pronouns dull your defenses. They change your inhibitions. They're meant to. You've had a lifetime's experience learning to be alert to him and relax to her, for good reason. This instinctive response keeps you safe. It's not even a conscious thing. It's like your hair standing on end. Your subconscious brain is helping you not get eaten by the saber-toothed tiger that your eyes hadn't noticed yet. The article concludes with this. I want to be alert. I want others to be alert. I want people to see the real picture, and I want those instinctive reactions that we feel when something is wrong to be unblunted, undulled by this cheap but effective psychological trick. I feel like I owe this to myself, and I absolutely owe it to other women. And more than anything, I owe this to girls. I don't want to pay even the tiniest part. I don't want to play even the tiniest part in grooming girls to disregard their natural protective instincts. Those instincts are there for a reason, to keep them safe. They need those instincts intact and sharp, and that's why I won't use preferred pronouns. Using rohypnol on others isn't a courtesy. Again, she's talking about pronouns here, but I would argue that the same analysis applies to the use of any language that obscures the material reality of sex. For me, that includes phrases like transgender athletes, if we're talking about male athletes. It includes the phrase transgender prisoners when we're talking about male inmates. It includes any and all language at all that concedes the idea that there is a sex class other than female and male, or that sex isn't real, or that it might matter. Oops. Okay. My second reason for insisting on using accurate sex-based language is that any concession to gender identity is an attack on women and girls as a sex class. Women as a class have always been oppressed by men as a class, regardless of the benign behaviors of any individual men, on the basis of sex, and many of us are quite angry about it. There's a reason that suffragists had to fight for the right to vote after being denied the franchise for centuries, and that countless men and institutions fought hard to stop them. There's a reason that all over the world, men beat, rape, torture, and murder women and girls at astronomical rates. There's a reason that lesbians are routinely targeted for harassment or worse. There's a reason that men used to burn women for allegedly engaging in witchcraft. It was not on the basis of our gender identity, and no one bothered to ask women which pronouns they preferred. This was all on the basis of sex. And now the entire gender identity movement denies that sex even exists or that it might matter. A couple of years ago, author Andrew Sullivan published a piece called A Truce Proposal in the Trans War. In it, he proposed a number of compromises on what he framed as the transgender issue. I wrote a response piece, which I doubt he read because I'm sure he has no idea who I am. But in my response, I said, I have been thinking a lot about compromise and what it might look like in the context of the fight for the rights, privacy, and safety of women and girls. The question I keep arriving at is this: why on earth should women be required to compromise when it comes to our own humanity? My concluding paragraph in that piece was this: those of us who are interested in finding compromise here must ask ourselves, how much of our humanity are we willing to sacrifice? If our answer to that question is greater than 0, we have to acknowledge that we are simply willing to leave our humanity and the very nature of reality at the door. No thanks, Andrew. I won't be compromising today. I hope he did read it. And none of that has changed in the 2 years since. So lastly, I want to address the frequently made argument that it's important to use the language of gender identity in order to help people understand what's happening and to get them to listen. Because if we insist on using sex-specific language, people will tune us out. I understand this argument, but I think it's misplaced. I have learned in my 8 years of working on this issue that there is no amount of compromise that will ever appease the proponents of gender identity. None. Radical feminist Mary Daly once said, I know that I will be punished just as much for being an itty-bitty feminist as for going the whole way. And so I go the whole way. I feel the same way about this. There is no amount of compromise that will appease proponents of gender identity. They're going to call me a TERF if I insist on even a little bit of sex-specific language, so I may as well go all the way in insisting on exclusively sex-specific language. By the way, we really can do this. I was once invited to address a group of Republican women in a fairly major US city, and I was happy to accept the invitation, even though I myself am not a Republican. We were chatting, and one woman asked me, Kara, what are we going to do about the problem of transgender athletes competing in women's sports? And I said, okay, we can talk about that. But first I want to ask you, what do you mean by transgender athletes? The room fell silent and tense. Then I asked, do you mean men and boys? She paused, and then she said cautiously, I didn't think we were allowed to say that. My response was basically, if you mean men and boys, you can just say men and boys. In that moment, the sense of relief in the room was palpable. And I thought it was fascinating. This woman, a political conservative, felt so socially and culturally compelled to deny material reality that she didn't think we were allowed, that's her word, to name it. We've got to get past this if we're going to have any hope of preserving reality, including the reality that women are female and men are male. And finally, I am finding that I am finding that the people who compromise on language aren't even getting very far anyway. I know she's a bit controversial, and I understand all the reasons why. But I don't think it can be denied that some of the most successful women fighting this are women like Kelly J. Keane in the UK, who never compromises on language. She has arguably done more to raise awareness of this topic and to get women talking about it than many of us. And she does it always using accurate, sex-specific language without compromise. If insisting on accurate sex-specific language is good enough for Kelly J., it's good enough for me. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Kira. Thanks for outing me as a conservative. That's all right. We could probably have some good debates. But I am so glad that we're here on an issue that unites us across various political divides within the United States and across the world. I don't come to this issue as an athlete. I've never been an athlete. I don't come to this issue as a scientist. I'm certainly not a scientist. I come to this issue as someone who's interested in law and public policy. I've been doing public policy advocacy and work and strategy work for Independent Women's Forum and Independent Women's Voice for about 13 years now. And it's been a privilege, and it is truly a privilege to be in this room here today to learn more about this issue and to share a little bit about the work that we've been doing. I wanted to tee this up a bit by talking directly to the topic at hand in our panel. We're talking about language and policy. And it's a bit of a trick question, but I thought we'd start with a thought exercise. What do the following things have in common? The United States Declaration of Independence, the Communist Manifesto, the Constitution of Switzerland, the Women's Bill of Rights, and the Bible. Written by men? That's a good point. The Women's Bill of Rights was not written by men, it was written by women, so I provide one exception there. Well, I said it was a trick question because it's a very simple thing they all have in common. Just like every law, every statute, every legal document, every treatise, every treaty, they are comprised of words. And so I'm going to talk a little bit about words and how important words are, not just in terms of our psyche and our experience when we say them, and not just in terms of human connection, because language, of course, is one of the things that makes us human. But language is extremely important when we start talking about laws and policy, because every legal document, every law, you can print it out on a piece of paper, and what's on the paper? Words. So here's a few examples just to drive home the point, but maybe most importantly for our discussion today is my point at the bottom. If the meanings of words can be changed retroactively, then laws are being changed. This should not happen in the United States without the consent of voters and our elected representatives. Thank you. This is such a friendly crowd. I've been used to doing, I've been doing some state testimony in the past legislative session, and Riley knows sometimes you're not speaking to the most friendly audience, so it's great to be among friends today. So we at the Independent Women's Forum look back over time, and I hope we would all agree in this room that women's rights in the United States have made so much progress over decades and centuries, where our legal system initially did not offer women equality under the law with men. Historically, this is almost universally true in every society, in every government. However, over time, our legal system has shaped and developed a body of law that deals with rights and equal rights. I would say women in the United States today enjoy equal rights with men. And I was born in the United States in the 1980s. I would say it was the best time and place in the history of the world to be a woman. And I've enjoyed so much of the fruits of the progress of women who have come before me to fight for the opportunities that I have had in my education and professionally and so forth. However, our legal system does not treat men and women as the same. And there's a difference between being equal and being the same. Men and women are equal. Our legal system should hold them equal. We're equally valuable. We have equal dignity. However, we are not the same. We're not interchangeable. And that's an important distinction to make. In the United States, we're not required to be treated the same as men in all circumstances, so I'll provide a few opportunities, or a few examples. When women's safety, privacy, or equal opportunity are at stake, then in the United States, we can discriminate between men and women. Boy, discriminate is a scary word, but it means to tell the difference between. We can tell the difference between, separate, segregate men and women into different categories and single-sex only groups when women's interests are at stake, when it has to do with our safety, privacy, or equal opportunity. Some of these examples we've heard mentioned today of prisons, shelters. I want to speak more specifically about shelters in a minute. Rape crisis centers, sororities and fraternities, sports, locker rooms, bathrooms. I would say educational institutions like schools, colleges, single-sex schools, and so forth. The military draft, military combat roles, different roles within our military. And our laws have also developed, with the consent of the governed, various programs that are intended to address specific innate differences between men and women. So WIC, for example, is the Women, Infants, and Children program. We recognize that because pregnancy is unique to women and mothers, and because there are nutritional needs that come with pregnancy. I happen to be pregnant right now. I have brought some XY chromosomes onto the stage with me because I'm carrying a boy. Thank you. Yeah, so, and STEM programs, too, have been aimed at addressing an inequality in STEM fields where we've seen there are more men in some fields who want to do something about that. So our lawmakers have passed laws to create grant programs that are specific for women in STEM. And so to go back and change the definition of women in law changes all of the laws that govern all of these different areas. And that's not the right thing to do because women's safety, privacy, and equal opportunity are at stake. I'm going to talk next about how we intend at Independent Women's Forum and Independent Women's Voice to not take this sitting down, and how we decided to go on offense in the public policy arena on this. But I do want to share that there are areas of law where damage has already been done. And I'm sure since this is a sports conference, many of you are aware of the changes that have been made, for example, in Title IX. But there are other areas of policy, too. So, for example, the Violence Against Women Act. Many people are not aware that federal regulations have changed the way that the Violence Against Women Act provides funding to women's shelters. Women's shelters in this country must allow anyone who identifies as a woman into the shelter, or they are at risk of losing federal funding under the Violence Against Women Act, which I think is an atrocity. But that's something that we're seeking to address with our Women's Bill of Rights. And so this is our proposed solution. This is model legislation that we came up with very recently. We were actually at a meeting, it was January of 2022, I think, in a brainstorming session where we said, you know, what can be done? What can we do about this? And we decided we would go on offense, that we would create model legislation, that we would try to pass the Women's Bill of Rights, both at the federal level. Ideally, it would be a federal law or a constitutional amendment or something like that. Or, you know, we can go at it state by state if we need to. We'll do sort of an all of the above strategy when it comes to the Women's Bill of Rights. But the idea is to preserve the legal system that has granted women the greatest opportunities to flourish and prosper, that holds our rights equal to men, and treats us the same as men in circumstances where sex is irrelevant, but also allows for segregation by sex when that's important to women's interests. And so the Women's Bill of Rights does this in two ways. It defines sex-based terms, so it codifies the definition of words like woman and man, mother and father. And it codifies an intermediate scrutiny standard for sex-based discrimination. And here, for those of you who, like me, are not lawyers, I'll provide a little context. So in the United States, we have a strict scrutiny standard when it comes to racial discrimination. This means you can't have separate but equal on the basis of race. You have a very high bar, almost an impossible bar for when you discriminate or divide people on the basis of race. Meanwhile, our courts and our legal system have developed an intermediate scrutiny standard for sex-based discrimination, meaning there's greater flexibility to provide, for example, separate but equal bathrooms or separate but equal facilities on the basis of sex, because, again, we recognize that sometimes this is in the best interest of women, depending on the circumstance. And so by codifying these two things together, the Women's Bill of Rights effectively preserves women as a legal category, stops the backdoor changing of the meaning of our words and our laws, and makes it possible for women and girls to continue to have single-sex spaces, yes, in sports, but not just in sports, in any area where our interests, our privacy, our safety, and our equal opportunity might be at risk. And so if you are someone who believes in the preservation of women as a legal category, then that's one good reason to support the Women's Bill of Rights. Another good reason to support the Women's Bill of Rights is because you believe in our democratic processes, that you believe that changing law should be the purview of our legislative branch, that if you want to expand, for example, rights for people who identify as transgender, you can do that. And the Women's Bill of Rights doesn't preclude that. You just have to do it through the front door. You have to do it in the sunlight of the legislative process. You cannot find a bureaucrat or find a judge to issue a ruling or issue a regulation and change centuries and decades of law, and that in many cases women and our allies fought very hard to achieve. And Title IX is an example of that. So we are pursuing a strategy right now of passing the Women's Bill of Rights in various states. I'll go back so you can see the states where we've been successful. This was just an idea in January of 2022. We had text about halfway through the year in 2022. We went into our first legislative session this year, and I'm happy to say we were successful in all 3 of the target states that we decided to go into. And one is Kansas, where we had to override a veto from Governor Laura Kelly. One is Tennessee, where we were successful. Yeah, it took a lot of work, but we did it. Our team worked very hard. We had a lot of work went into that, and then we do expect very soon for Oklahoma to have an executive order actually codifying and preserving what their state law already says about women and girls. So that's the 3 states where we've been successful. We're going to continue to push for the Women's Bill of Rights in other states and at the federal level. And you know, I want to issue a challenge here, a friendly challenge for anybody who might find yourself sort of, so to speak, on the opposite side of the aisle. You know, you can see the states where we chose. You can see the states where we were successful. I named the governor who was a problem for us in Kansas. This should be a bipartisan issue. It really should be, okay? It really should be. But in our on-the-ground efforts, it's proving to be a little harder with one political party than the other. So let me also sort of here at the very beginning of this discussion go ahead and try to address some of the misperceptions about Women's Bill of Rights. As I already explained, this doesn't preclude lawmakers from passing legislation to expand rights for people who identify as transgender, to change their laws, or to do, you know, you could change your women's shelters, for example. You could just have shelters, and you could make them co-ed, or you could do the same thing with bathrooms. There's a lot of ways that you can address this issue while still maintaining the truth and the biological reality of sex and meeting the requirements of the Women's Bill of Rights. And there's also sometimes a misperception, usually among conservative people, that the Women's Bill of Rights is about adding new rights for women, and it doesn't actually add any new rights for women. It simply codifies the definition of woman and the intermediate scrutiny standard that largely already exists but are threatened today in 2 different ways, by the attempt to redefine woman and man in sex-based terms, and also the attempt to get rid of the intermediate scrutiny standard and require basically men and women to be treated the same in every circumstance. If you want to support the Women's Bill of Rights or learn more about it, I have handouts on the table in the hallway, and this is the text of the Women's Bill of Rights. It fits on 1 page. And there's also QR codes where you can scan and you can add your name online. We have a petition in support of it. You can share it, of course, with your lawmakers and encourage them to sign on in support of it and to introduce and pass legislation in whichever state you come from. And you can also read a great op-ed from Jennifer Braceras and Lauren Adams of Wolf. They've been great partners. We've actually assembled a pretty broad, Wolf, yeah. We've actually assembled a pretty broad and politically diverse coalition of people to come alongside us in the battle for the Women's Bill of Rights. And with that, I just want to say, if we want the United States to continue to be a place where women and girls can say, like I believe I can, that we've been given profound opportunities, that we stand on the shoulders of women who've come before us and that we have really lived in the best of times for women and girls. If we want those times to continue, then we have to take action to preserve the progress that's been made. So thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm really proud to be able to speak on behalf of the International Consortium on Female Sport here, all the way from New Zealand, and I just want to do a quick shout out to our supporters back in New Zealand who made it possible for me to be here. I do wish we were known for more than just Laurel Hubbard though. Never mind. Okay. Joseph Goebbels, Minister of Propaganda for the Nazi German government, understood the power of repeating falsehoods. He said, if you tell a lie big enough and keep repeating it, people will eventually come to believe it. He was right. The phenomenon is known as the illusionary truth effect, with research showing that any statements we read, see or hear regularly are seen as more valid than those we're only exposed to only occasionally. And amazingly, it doesn't matter if the statements are true or false. All that matters is how often we're exposed to them. Now, there's been a number of examples of this over recent years that will come to mind for many of us, but one that we're going to look at today that we're all well too familiar with is trans women are women. This statement of feeling has no basis in reality and is a complete fabrication, but one that has been stated so often that it's succeeded in undermining women's sex-based rights around the globe. If we're not fully conscious of the propaganda that we're exposing ourselves to, the consistency of a lie will trump truth every time. Unfortunately, many of our sporting and political leaders have allowed this fabrication to take root in their minds, or at least they pretend to, a bit like the emperor's new clothes. But in doing so, they've allowed mediocre males to take sporting opportunities from females, to injure female athletes, and to attain female podiums. And females have been told, and they've been threatened to remain silent, while their fundamental rights to safety, privacy and fairness, along with the international laws that actually prohibit sex-based discrimination against them, are being completely dismantled. Seeing this happen has been the catalyst to the forming of lots of groups around the globe, such as the one I co-founded with Catherine Davies called Save Women's Sport Australasia. It was impossible for us to ignore the aged-out New Zealand male athlete called Laurel Hubbard making a comeback 10 years after quitting his sport, this time in the female division. Hubbard, who had only set a New Zealand junior record when competing as a man in weightlifting, went on to win 3 women's international gold medals and 1 silver. Doesn't that image just break your heart too? You know, Fia Aga-Stowers should have been the gold medalist that day, and there's another young Samoan athlete that was pushed off that podium completely. And obviously, oh, have I gone one too quickly? Come back. Oh, it's missing. Obviously, in the last week, we have also seen another aged-out male athlete win at the Para-Athlete World Champs 2 bronze medals. Since changing his name and beginning to take estrogen in 2019, Valentina Petrollo has broken multiple Italian women's running records and now holds 9 women's running championships. The inclusion of both these males has excluded females from opportunities and podium positions within their own category. But this unfairness is what happens when the consistency of a lie trumps truth, and our cowardly sporting leaders do nothing about it. For years, many women's groups around the globe have been fighting for fairness in women's sport. To have fairness for females restored, collaborating and supporting each other where we could. Yet we've often found the concerns that we've been raised have been completely dismissed and ignored, and we haven't been given a seat at the table, while well-funded transactivist groups have had the ear of our sporting leaders all the way up to the IOC. We needed a stronger voice and decided fighting this as a collective would give us the ability to make a real impact. So the new International Consortium of Female Sport, ICFS, launched globally on the 9th of January as a preeminent international lobby group to advocate for the preservation of the female sport category worldwide. 50% of the world's population deserve proper representation when decisions are being made about their sports category. It is the consortium's position that the female category must consist of biological females only, and that the female voice must be represented at the table when sports organisations undertake consultations regarding eligibility at every level. The ICFS serves in this capacity, and we've now got members from the USA, Canada, Italy, Spain, France, the United Kingdom, Ireland, Australia, New Zealand, Mexico, and Central America, and we hope we keep growing too. We all stand united in the conviction that sports governing bodies must abide by fundamental principles of safety, privacy, and fairness, along with international laws prohibiting sex-based discrimination against females. But in order to protect females' sex-based rights in sport, we need to protect the truth of language, which has been corrupted by a belief system based on feelings rather than facts. Many of us were guilty of adopting this false terminology in the past as we thought we were being kind. Little did we know that we were actually helping undermine women's sex-based rights. And we now quickly move to recognising that and using language that clearly articulates the objective reality of our physical bodies. But unfortunately, this false messaging has been damaging to sports policies, and I'd like to run you through just a few examples so you can see just how damaging to females they are. So Canadian powerlifting has chosen to ignore the 30% performance difference between males and females in their policy, which allows self-IDs in self-ID into the female category. It also states that their trans identities cannot be disclosed, as if we all can't tell a male powerlifter from a female one. US rowing is another sport that's destroyed fair competition for girls and women by allowing self-ID. However, they did make sure they protected it for males by defining eligibility based on sex in just one category, the mixed sex category, which requires equal numbers of male and female rowers in each boat. So the only category where being female is a criterion for inclusion is when males may be negatively impacted. As well as allowing males to self-identify into the female category if they lower their testosterone to under 10 nanomoles per milliliter, the US National Women's Soccer League has gone as far as allowing females who identify as males to take performance-enhancing testosterone up to 10 nanomoles per milliliter, despite the usual female range being around between 0.5 and 2.4. So now this leaves females at a disadvantage against both females that dope and males who have enjoyed essentially what is natural doping benefits since conception. Meanwhile, you will not be surprised to learn that the US men's soccer team has a really strict anti-doping policy, because we all know unfairness is never tolerated in men's sport. And then we have the many policies that begin with a threat in order to shut down any dissent and concerns that may be raised when they allow males to self-identify into the female category. This example from New Zealand is replicated across many sports internationally thanks to the influence of our well-funded trans lobby. Any female athlete raising concerns will be met with sanctions and re-educated to address her wrongthink. Unfortunately, most just stay quiet or quietly quit the sport they love. We're all well aware of what happened with Leah Thomas when female swimmers raised concerns. But I want to show you an example of the type of response that's happening elsewhere in the world as well. In Australia, 3 female football players, or soccer I think you call it here, were injured in an elite women's football game by a 30-year-old male who identifies as transgender. So a mother and women's rights campaigner raised concerns with Football New South Wales, and she managed to get 12,000 others to do the same. To punish her for her wrongthink, she was issued with a apprehended violence order. It's called an AVO. They used to be used to protect women from abuse from their partners, domestic violence. Now they're actually being used against women. This guy lived 300 kilometres away. This woman was no threat. She's now fighting this in court. But the Australian E-Safety Commissioner also contacted Facebook about harmful material. So we're talking about the language that she used, the biologically correct language she used on her Facebook page. Facebook shut it down. She had 47,000 followers. Oh, by the way, the response from Football Australia was to accelerate their inclusion policies, choosing to totally ignore the fairness and safety of their female football players. And what they do in Australia too to hide the fact that they have males in their leagues is that they block out their image and just call them the club name player. They know it's wrong, right? And to add insult to injury, we now have males who identify as transgender taking sports to court who do not allow them to play in the female division, and judges now determining that women don't deserve fair competition either. All sports are just being threatened with legal action and end up scrapping female events or caving in and allowing the males to participate due to not having the finances and resources to fight these entitled males. And we've heard of that happening in New Zealand already. All of these examples I've shared are what happens when the consistency of a lie trumps the truth. But the IOC could solve these trans controversies in a heartbeat if it had the courage or possessed the will to do so. As we've clearly seen, words have power. Their meaning crystallises perceptions that shape beliefs and drive behaviour. This is why one of the first actions the International Consortium on Female Sport undertook to do was develop a lexicon, establishing a basis for clear communications by providing words and setting definitions that will allow women to clearly articulate the objective reality of our physical bodies, so that sex-based discrimination cannot be ignored or obfuscated, whether this is done purposely or inadvertently. This language, like the biology of sex, is not hateful or hurtful. It is necessary acknowledgement of their reality, and it must take precedence over language of personal identification and beliefs in order to preserve the rights, the fairness, and the safety of female athletes. The full lexicon is available on our website, but I'd just like to run you through some of the main terms we recognise now. So sex, either of the two categories, male and female, into which humans are divided on the basis of their reproductive and biological functions, is usually observed at or before birth and recorded on their birth certificate. It should go without saying that sex is immutable, right? And unchangeable from conception throughout life. Who wants to help me out with the next definition? Woman. Thank you. Female, and girl obviously, is immature human female. Female is a member of the female sex of any animal species. But when discussing sport, it's an implied reference to the sex of the human. And obviously, it's all vice versa for the guys. Not many years ago, the meaning of gender was biological sex, and sex was the only specification in sports regulations. But now that gender has been willfully misrepresented, using gender to mean biological sex should be avoided. It's actually also important to understand that in some languages there's no two words for sex and gender. They are the same thing, hence the need for sex to be clearly defined. Gender identity is for some people a personal, internal perception, subjective feeling, preference, or belief of belonging to or associating with a particular gender that may change with time and circumstance. Transgender person, a male or female who identifies as the opposite sex and or with the sex stereotypes associated either with the opposite sex or neither sex due to either gender dysphoria and personal preference. And we use males who identify as transgender to describe a transgender person who was born male and self-identifies as non-binary, gender fluid, or a member of the opposite sex, and vice versa for females who identify as transgender. And there are some phrases that we avoid. Cis, makes my skin crawl. Many of us women find that term really insulting, as it effectively reduces us to a subset of our own sex category and implies that males can claim the language of females. And we also avoid male to female and female to male, since it's literally impossible to change one's sex. Recently, some international sports federations have moved to using sensible language that acknowledges biology, and we wish to thank those who have, being World Rugby and World Aquatics. Language is important in sports policies, as it's the only way we recognise women and girls in sport. It's the only way we can defend their rights, and it's the only way we can recognise when their rights to fairness, safety and inclusion are compromised. How is it our sporting leaders became so captive to this blind fanaticism of transgender ideology? And why does it apparently need to take a Leah Thomas or Austin Killips to clearly demonstrate the injustice of their policies and force them to change? As Chief Sports Reporter Oliver Brown asked in The Telegraph earlier this week, is change truly the right word here? For what we are witnessing, in essence, is a correction, a repudiation of that much parroted maxim that trans women are women and all its pernicious implications for the integrity of female sport. Yes, the UCI deserve credit, but only in the sense that they have at last seen the lunacy in trying to appease a tiny minority to the detriment of half the population. Oliver is right when he says further in his article on it that it's astounding that the custodians of elite sport either allowed themselves to be subjugated by a few trans lobbyists armed only with an illogical message and loud voices, and that when looking for answers on how it happened, we need look no further than the International Olympic Committee. They were the first to spread the lie in sports that men could be women simply by reducing their testosterone, which has been at the root of so much of this chaos. It goes without saying that everyone has the right to play sport, but just not in the category they choose for very valid biological reasons. And sports shouldn't need a Leah Thomas or Austin Killips or worse before bosses wake up to the harm that's being done. The International Consortium on Female Sport calls on all sports to use clear and accurate language to enshrine the significance of biology in your sports rule books once again, to make it crystal clear that the women's category will always be protected for those athletes born female, and from community sport to elite, because if fair and meaningful competition matters, it matters at every level. Thank you.
So, again, we're just going to do a Q&A. Is this not on? On? Yes, thank you. Again, we're going to do a Q&A. You want to help me with that, Corinna? Thank you. We've got, did someone have their hand up already? Okay. Can you help us out, Morgan? Yes. Thank you. Try it.
Is this on?
Yes.
Mary O'Connor, Icons Rowing, a fabulous panel. I'm also an orthopedic surgeon, and I just want to comment that this panel has focused on language relative to law, but it is critically important that language be preserved in medicine. Because, okay, and first of all, for all the women here, you know that you're under-researched. You know that most of the drugs that come out on the market that are pulled from because of adverse events or because of adverse events that happen in women because they're not adequately tested, etc. And there's a ton of sex-based differences in the way diseases present. Women have different heart disease than men. Women are more likely to get knee arthritis. That's my space, okay? We researched and found there's actual sex differences in the fluid of arthritic knees from females to males. So this matters if we're going to try and figure out new ways of effectively treating women better. So allowing medicine to move in a direction where we do not record the sex of a patient, of an individual, is going to set us back. It's a terrible idea. And this is something that is also kind of percolating along where people in the medical field are saying, well, why do we need to record sex? Sex doesn't matter. And I'm like, you're nuts. Yes, it matters. But it's all of this ideology that is focused on, it's all about gender and gender self-identification. And you can identify whatever, in medicine, you can identify as your preferred gender, but we cannot abandon documenting sex. So it's just a tie-in to the importance of this concept, not just in law, but in medicine. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mary. Hadley.
I wanted to make a comment on that. Thank you, Mary, for raising that point. So I didn't mention this in my presentation, but point number 9 in the text of the Women's Bill of Rights says, any public school or school district or any federal, state, or local agency, department, or office that collects vital statistics for the purpose of complying with anti-discrimination law or for the purpose of gathering accurate public health, crime, economic, or other data shall identify each individual as part of the collected data set as either male or female. So that's a piece of the Women's Bill of Rights. However, I'll issue another challenge. The medical community, please come to your senses. With the American Academy of Pediatrics, I'll call them out real quick, okay? We need science to lead. We need the scientific community to lead when it comes to science. But thank you for raising that point because it's incredibly important for women's health.
Kara would like to follow up. Thank you, Hadley.
So I just want to ask, was Mary? Okay. So thank you so much for making that really important point about the importance of sex-based language in medicine. And I just want to know if I can ask you a quick question, which is you said something about in medicine you can identify as any gender you want, but sex matters. And my question for you is, what does it mean to you when you say you can identify as a gender? What does that mean to you?
So this is, I have to pick my battles. And I'm just going to call it out, okay? So what that means to me is an individual can say, they may be male, but they identify as a woman. And they have their preferred pronouns. And so that is, at least in medicine, not the area where I feel the battle can be waged right now. Now, I'm not saying that it's the right thing. I'm saying that one must be strategic. And from my perspective, focusing on the language that means we have to preserve sex and defending the use of sex language as appropriate, for example, when discussing sports. And Kim knows I've just been spending hours in the last couple weeks. I write a quarterly column for the last 3 years in one of the major orthopedic publications called Equity 360, Gender, Race, and Ethnicity. And in May, I published a column on sex and fairness in sports. I've never had a letter to the editor in 3 years. Now I get 3. And and all of them attack me for using the terminology males who identify as women. Okay, I'm being disrespectful, so they're shaming me, to which I've responded, we need to use the language of sex when sex is relevant to the conversation, as it is here. And then proceeded to write very long responses, and I thank John Pike because I used his reference. And Greg Brown, all kinds of people helped me have wonderful references to respond. So that's what I'm saying. I completely agree with your position, but I would say that's just not tenable right now in medicine. And the first step is making sure we establish that we have to record sex, that we can discuss sex when it is relevant, and that would still be a huge step forward.
Thank you, Mary. That's fantastic. I know that Kara has a really strong position on holding the ground in all language, and I know that you're anxious to respond to this. We appreciate everyone's work, and we're all on this journey. Kara has a great way of responding to this. So do you want to go? Well, no, you have a great way of responding to your position on no compromise.
But I do. But I just want to say, it's not going to work. And here's what I mean. In this specific instance, there's a case that's currently pending before the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals. And in this case, I am not even kidding you. The Biden administration has issued guidance saying that all recipients of federal funding are required to interpret the word sex to mean gender identity under the Affordable Care Act. In doing so, it blatantly lies on its website about what the Affordable Care Act actually said in 2010, but never mind that. So the Biden administration has issued this guidance to recipients of federal funding saying you have to respect your patient's gender identity. And a doctor, in this case, in the Northern District of Texas, had a male patient, and the physician was concerned that his male patient might have prostate cancer, and he wanted to refer the patient for prostate cancer testing, a perfectly sensible thing to do. And the patient said, I identify as a woman, therefore I don't have a prostate, therefore I cannot have prostate cancer. And the doctor was concerned that treating his male patient for a prostate cancer concern would cause him to lose federal funding. So he sued, great, and among other doctors, and won in the District of Texas, Northern District of Texas, and that case is now on appeal, thanks Biden. That's on appeal. But I guess what I'm saying is, I don't even know if any concession to gender identity is gonna help anything, because this is where we end up with this doctor who had really reasonable concerns, being concerned about his funding. But so the point that Kim is making, so I understand that this position that I'm articulating about no compromise ever kind of sounds extreme, right? I get it. And I want to draw a distinction between very useful, practical, political compromises versus compromises on principle. And here's what I mean. I want to thank the ACLU for helping me learn a lesson here about this. Back in the day, in 2010, the US had a law in the books that essentially punished crack cocaine possession much more severely than it punished powder cocaine possession. Everybody across the board agreed that this was wrong and that something had to be done. So a bunch of members of Congress, Democrats and Republicans, got into a room and talked about what was to be done. And the Democrats basically said, we want completely equal punishments for crack and powder cocaine. And the Republicans said, well, we want slightly unequal, less extreme than now, but we still think that a distinction between sentences is justified. So they fought it out. And they ended up with a compromise that nobody liked, but everybody could live with. Right? That's the nature of compromise. So they got enough Democrats and enough Republicans to agree on this compromise to get it passed. But here's the interesting thing. At that time, all the lefty groups, most of the lefty groups, refused to support the compromise because they said, nope, we want equal sentences or nothing. And so they didn't get on board with the compromise. One organization stood out, the ACLU. They supported the compromise. And when I worked there, I had the opportunity to talk with the head of the Washington Legislative Office, and I asked her why, because I thought that was interesting. And she said, well, this compromise won't help everyone, but it will help some people. And the compromise also shows that legislative movement on this issue is possible. So I thought, interesting. So lesson learned. So now in this arena, WDI USA used to participate in a group that we kind of loosely called the Title IX Coalition with IWF and Wolf and others. And an issue came up about a piece of state legislation. And someone mentioned earlier there's legislation somewhere that only protects women and girls sports through high school. Some of the bills in place on the books in the states protect women and girls sports through college. Others only go through high school. And so the groups in this coalition had a strategic decision to make. Are we going to support bills that only go through high school because they protect some girls, or are we going to withdraw support and demand that bills go all the way through college? That was an individual decision that every organization had to make for themselves. We internally debated a lot about it. I felt like whatever position we came out with, I could have defended it either way because I thought either position was justifiable. We ended up taking the position that we would support bills that only went through high school, even though we didn't love them, because they would help some girls. That was a practical political compromise that WDI USA was willing to make, and I think we should all be considering those kinds of things. When I say no compromise, I'm talking about on the principle. I don't use any language, and at this point in the fight, I can't. Like when my good friend Linda Blade, and I'm so sorry to do this, when my good friend Linda Blade said something this morning about people who are born male, I just cringed a little bit because it's like anyone who is born male is male, you know, and so I can't. And because I'm going to shut up in a second. I really honestly think that first of all, no amount of compromise is ever going to be acceptable. As you learned in writing your op-ed, males who identify as women, that doesn't satisfy the gender ideologues. It enrages them. And I really feel like we've got so much momentum that we can get in front of it and we can go on the offensive and be really, really clear in our use of language and uncompromising.
Morgan, can you, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. I've got a couple of questions on this. These are particularly addressed to Cara, and I liked what you said about kind of low-level micro compromises, because in your, you'll probably cringe at some of the language in my presentation tomorrow, because I talk about trans women with no gap. Right. One of the reasons, right, I am also conscious that this is being recorded, my question's being recorded, and I'm employed by a university that has a policy that misgendering is a disciplinary offence. I'm also aware that there are people at my university who are trying to get me fired. So I need to be somewhat careful about the language that I use. And I'm not going to go down in a blaze of glory by saying the wrong thing just right now. One of the things I can say is that Leah Thomas is male, and I'm quite happy to say that. There are other things I can't say about Leah Thomas that I'm sure you can work out. But when I say that... when I say that Leah Thomas is male, I refer to Leah Thomas's sex and not Leah Thomas's gender identity. I am not misgendering Leah Thomas, and I'm not going to use any pronouns at all to refer to Leah Thomas. So there are ways around it, as I've just tried to indicate, that are not compromises in the sense of using sexed language that doesn't apply, but don't misgender according to, I think, a reasonable understanding of misgendering. And so when the people who look up my Twitter feed from my university and monitor my likes and monitor my language, they will look at the bit, what I've just said, and I think I can get away with it. Right, so that's my first question is, what do you think should be done for those people who are in a position where they have to abide by the policies of their institutions in order not to be fired? And the second question, which is related, is do you think that the proposal that I've argued for, that we categorize in terms of female and open, is a compromise? Because I think if it is a compromise, it's a justifiable compromise. But I don't think it's a compromise because I don't think it compromises the sex basis of female sport at all.
I'm going to have Kara take an answer, and then I want to hear from Ro also. Thank you.
So I think it's a really good question about people in institutions such as yourself, and we heard from Carole this morning about what happened at Harvard. And there are so many ways in which I'm extremely fortunate, which is that I was able to just turf myself out of a career. I mean, I had a 20-year career doing progressive criminal justice work, including at the ACLU, and now I can't get work doing that anymore. So, I may as well, right? Like,
it goes all the way.
So I'm a huge fan of the use of names in the third person. To avoid pronouns. I once wrote an entire essay about the ACLU's Chase Strangio, just referring to Chase Strangio as Chase Strangio every time I referred to Chase Strangio in the third person. It's doable. It's weird, but it's doable. And I don't think there's any problem with that. I don't know whether, obviously I can't say whether WDI USA would support that kind of compromise. Just off the top of my head, I can't think of any real reason not to. I mean, they won't. Right? I mean, they'll never accept that compromise, which is maybe a very good strategic reason why those of us who care about women's sports should.
Yeah, on behalf of the International Consortium on Female Sport, we are focused on protecting the female category. And so if having female and open achieves making people feel welcome in an open category, that is absolutely fine. The priority is on ensuring fairness for females in their own category.
Go ahead, Helen.
So often when you end up in one of these unpleasant situations where everyone's shouting at everybody else, you can kind of reframe it. So I really hear what you're saying, that you say you need to hold on to the words male and female when you're talking about medicine. But rather than say, well, you're male or this person is male, but you can identify as whatever you like, or you can have whatever gender identity you like, I would suggest just trying to not use their language or their framing at all, and just refuse to get drawn into it. Just to say, well, I'm not talking about identities here. This isn't a place where we're talking about identities. We're talking about bodies here, and I'm talking about male and female organs. And I think that's a more general point about language, is sometimes, we get very hung up on, like I get shouted at for things that I say about pronouns because I let other people use whatever pronouns they want, and I'll use whatever pronouns I want, because I think it takes people time, and I don't want to make people feel like they have to shut up. But often what we can do is just totally reframe it. Just say, I'm not even having this discussion. I'm not, you can call whoever you want a girl, but I'm talking about, well, in your language, there are girls who can get pregnant and girls who can get people pregnant. So when I'm doing safeguarding, I'm going to have to talk about the girls who can get people pregnant and the girls who can get pregnant, and you're putting all those girls in together, so can you show me your risk analysis, please? And, get past their obfuscation that we too easily give into, like either you say trans women are women or trans women are men. Obviously they're men, but if I can't say that in a particular situation, I can say, well, can we talk then about the ones who can get people pregnant, please?
Okay, I think we could do one more question, and then we've got to move on to our next, our next session.
I'm Dina McMillan, and I'm a social psychologist, and listening to this on language I find fascinating. I'm just having the best time. I can't believe that Catherine and I are actually sitting here wide awake, and you two, Ro, considering what time it is back in Australia. But I just wanted to make, because language is so important, but I wanted to link it to something else when we're talking about compromise in the medical and the bullying that we get from administrations and captured organizations, which I've also been working in. As a social psychologist, and you'll hear me talk about this a little, just for 8 minutes tomorrow, we have it timed. What we study is how you get people to do what you want and think it's their idea. I belong to the evil science. Whenever I do seminars, I always have slides showing an evil scientist dancing with the brain, and I say this is social psychology. Everybody laughs, but I'm not joking, okay? So how do you get people to deny reality to their own detriment? And the answer is one step at a time. And if you study the most brilliant social psychologists that I've ever seen, the Third Reich, what you see is that when they decided that they were going to dehumanize the Jews and turn everyone against them, they didn't just all of a sudden dehumanize the Jews. What they did is they kept changing the laws, so every few months, Jewish people would wake up and another right was taken away. And it was the whole boiling frog analogy. It was and it works. And by telling a physician that you have to pretend somebody who is taking wrong sex hormones and gets plastic surgery has actually done anything other than damage themselves and take wrong sex hormones and gotten plastic surgery. You do it little by little. So when we give up our language, do you remember, and Sharron would remember this, those of us who started years ago going against this, I never bought into it because I recognized my own evil people at the very beginning of this process. And I remembered when they said they just wanted to be called trans women. And a lot of people were said, well, it's nice, it's kind, it's polite. I said, they will never settle for that. And then all of a sudden you have, males who identify as trans now saying that they define themselves as adult human females.
Yes. We've got the language.
This is why it's so important that we take our language back, right?
So
and
I
it's got
understand
to start
Kara's
here.
point. We have to, those of us who can, will lead the way for you, those of you who are putting your jobs at risk. We are not trying to get anybody thrown out on the street. And we know as soon as we make it safe for you, you will be part of the vanguard that leads the way so that nobody is doing this anymore. But I'm seeing too much psychological manipulation in this. So those of us who can, it is really key that we take the language back, that we never call someone who has this delusion, whether it's genuine or socially constructed, that we do not give in, because it takes you down a road very fast, very far.
Thank you, Dina. Yeah.
Hey,
Thank you.
Kim. I don't want to cut off the session.
Yeah, we need to move on.
Yeah.
We're out of time. Thank you so much, you all.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to the next one. Thank you all for bearing with us. Right now, I would like to please welcome Tom Horne, former Arizona Attorney General and current State Superintendent of Schools, to introduce our next session titled The Conquered Man.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Tom Horne, and I'm so glad to be here. And the powers that be have told me that before I introduce the next speaker, I can talk for a few minutes about what I'm doing in Arizona to protect women's sports. The time has come for those in positions of leadership to stand up and help protect women's sports. And I'm one of those guys. In the state of Arizona, we have state legislation that protects women and girls' opportunities for fair and safe sport. 2 large New York law firms sued me as state superintendent of schools and also sued 2 schools and the Athletic Association to declare the law unconstitutional. The other 3 have conceded. The other 3 have conceded to allow males to compete with girls and women. I am the only one defending our law to protect women's sports, and I am fighting with everything that I have. This is an important case that will go to the United States Supreme Court, and to quote some earlier speakers, we will win. The newspapers have had a number of stories about girls who work very hard to excel in their sports, with dreams of making the varsity team, maybe getting a college scholarship, or even dreaming of the Olympics. Then along comes a male that they cannot compete against, and they were devastated, their dreams shattered. This is a cosmic injustice, and that is the term I use every time I'm interviewed on this subject, which is a lot in my state. Let's work together to protect women's sports. It is time for us to stop being afraid to do the right thing. So now I'm pleased, and I have the honor to welcome our next speaker, Suzanne Vierling, PhD in clinical psychology. Suzanne has had a successful career in mental health treatment, executive leadership, and higher education leadership. She is currently writing a book and has a passion for teaching African dance, and I'm signing up to be a student. She is a fierce advocate for women, and I guarantee that you will want to hear what she has to say. Please welcome Suzanne Vierling.
Okay, Kim found my one little African dance picture from years ago. I can't believe it. And Tom, you're welcome into my class anytime. Everybody is welcome. I just want to say how happy I am to be here to speak with everyone and to be around athletes, powerful athletes, winners, Olympians, national champions, and I have so much respect for icons and for us to gather. And I am not an athlete. I wanted to share the big picture analysis that has been brewing in my mind for a very long time, because I have been so shocked and saddened, obviously, everyone in the room, at how a basic explanation of biology, a basic explanation of what a woman is and what a man is, and how all of a sudden it's up for debate. I said, well, I heard a Harvard professor explain it. That should do it. It's Monday. Let's wrap up this foolishness by Tuesday. She explained it. Evolutionary biologist, been following Cullen's work, and he explained it. All right, well, this should be taken care of. Well, obviously not. And so I like to pull back and take a look at big picture, look at perspective. I have a background in higher education and executive management, so my work is not just clinical. I've also chaired business departments, organizational leadership departments, and clinical psychology, where students go for licensure and all of that. So I have a mixed perspective. Uh-oh. How do I do this? Did I have it right? No. Oh, so I go that way. Okay. All right. So I feel as if we are in a period of colonization and commodification as women in what is the fourth industrial revolution. We've had 3, and this is our 4th. And I'll explain as we get a little bit further in, but women are always impacted by economic shifts and warfare. The 4th industrial revolution represents a paradigm shift. We've all heard about AI, robotics, blockchain, technology, and all of these predictions, vast and wide, of job losses, always first to impact women. Poor women first and moving up the chain. And this new economy that we're in is characterized by a convergence of the physical, the digital, the tech world, and biological systems. And it's blurring the lines between human and machine, the post-human era. And of course, it's grounded in capitalism. In this rapidly evolving economy, we women are experiencing a powerful invasion of our rights, boundaries, inside of Western culture. That's where we are in America. We are part of Western culture. One of the things that's happening very quickly and all at the same time, it's a little bit depressing, is that we are, in a way, moved into a position of currency, where everything out of nowhere and just like that is up for sale and up for business practices, and moving women into insurance policies. Now in California, there's a push to put surrogacy into health insurance, and where people can buy eggs, buy a woman's womb, buy a woman's time. We are moving legislation through for legalizing prostitution, and of course that increases sex trafficking. So it's pretty significant. This is happening now, and there is law being moved through and bills being moved through. We have gender reassignment industries, a multi-billion-dollar industry, and it was mentioned that it's mostly girls, but we know that boys also, but mostly girls who feel that they are boys. And then we have biopharma and life sciences that tell us when we have a little baby that our body parts are medical waste, and then it gets used later in the multi-billion-dollar biopharma life sciences industries. Then finally, we have the poverty industrial complex, and I won't go into that, but poor women and children are big business. All of this happening at the same time. I wanted to share, and it's really sports that really brought my mind around to this, but we are experiencing colonization. Everything that we've been talking about so far is to say, this is our space, what's going on? There are 4 aspects of colonization that women are experiencing right now, and it is what an invading army would do. An invading army is gonna come in and say, you're gonna do what I tell you to do, because I'm coming into your space and into your world. Erase your cultural identity. Woman is a hate speech, and you will not use that term anymore. and you're going to use cisgender, vulva haver, breeder, bleeder, non-men, and all of these horrible terms. So I've stripped your language away from you, stripped your identity away from you. Now I'm going to appropriate your land, and that's a loss of women's spaces. So your land on the track field, your land in the locker room, your land in the swimming pool, your land in shelters, all of that. So movement restricted, even for little kids, excuse me. Obviously, sports, prisons, bathrooms, spas, DV shelter, sex assault shelter, psychiatric facilities. The rate of women being sexually assaulted in psychiatric facilities is through the roof. And it's so easy to get away with, because you just say, oh, I didn't do that. I think maybe she was delusional. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay. A third thing in terms of colonizing what an invading army would do is the dismantling of accustomed boundaries and laws. We are in a state of shock every day when we realize all of the things that are happening. The reduction of age of consent, I think it's down to 14. The K through 12 to gender industry pipeline, just right in front of our faces, kids just being radicalized into being confused about whether they were born in the wrong body or not. We have this massive, ridiculous movement to release child murderers, pedophiles, and criminals in general, even serial killers, calling it justice. We have on the street the law put in place to give drug addicts drugs to use right on the street. We see all the video clips of that, especially in San Francisco, right? Parents losing their rights in many different ways with laws on the books, bills being pushed through to block parents from their children in a variety of different ways. And we've had a long-standing K through 12, a long-standing foster care to sex trafficking, to prison, to probation pipeline. That's been in place for a long time for all impacting girls and women. And finally, like an invading army would come in and say, those laws don't count anymore. We have this Trojan horse, and not so much Trojan horse anymore, into Title IX, VAWA, federal and state contracts, talk of how the ERA is supposed to go. Okay. Why am I talking about this? Because in history, womanhood is impacted by warfare and shifting economies. The woman is always the last to know and the least prepared. So let's say an army is to come in and they enter the room. Women probably would figure out that day that an army is in and don't have any time to run to borders, run for safety or anything like that. So I'll talk about a few situations. And I'll talk about warfare in Afghanistan. We, the United States, went into Afghanistan for about 20 years, and we told the Afghan man that we were going to step over him and go to his women and tell them that they can go to school and they can do this and they can do that. We said that that's what those women can do. And then when the United States left Afghanistan, the Afghan man came back and said, you women, we're going to go back to the way things were because we're now back in charge. The symbol of victory and defeat is always on the woman. It's on the woman's body. In terms of economics, the Eastern European woman has been greatly impacted by the fall of the Berlin Wall. How many people are old enough to remember that, right? Remember, it was a big deal. We are going to spread democracy, and we're going to break this wall down, and it's going to be so good. But what nobody talks about is a powerful trafficking of Eastern European women to fill Western European brothels and to sell Eastern European women all over the world. Nobody talks about it, but it was a distinct consequence. Well, women do talk about it, but they get dismissed. Oh, you're ridiculous. But something that was supposed to be so great to launch democracy turned into a system that is still in place and unabated today. In terms of Bosnia, warfare and ethnic cleansing, a lot of women did not know what was happening in Bosnia. Women in Bosnia did not know what was happening. So here, all these men are fighting with each other, fussing with each other, and women are just, you know, they hear about it on TV, but literally walking home from work only to have soldiers pull up next to them and say, get in, or just grab them and bring them in and take them to military barracks that had mattresses already lined up, ready to go, and mass rape was conducted under orders from the top. And they had absolutely no idea that it was coming. So another historical example of warfare. Now I'll talk about another example of shifting economies. We had, actually, it's much more than 700 years. It's actually quite a bit longer than that. But European witch hunts and witch hunts during the Roman Empire, where women were blamed for everything. They were blamed for farms, for crops not developing properly. They were blamed for famine. They were blamed for, like how we have COVID now, they would be blamed for things like that. And would be blamed for doing witchcraft or blamed for having power to make things happen like that, and would be burned at the stake. And early on would be burned in groups, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100 women burned. And it just went unabated. And no one said, oh my gosh, we feel for these women, let's stop. No, there were other political forces that came in that brought about the end of this several hundred years, even several thousand years movement. And then finally in the United States, we had American women who, for 339 years, lived inside of a chattel slavery system. The consequence of relationships in Africa, between Africa, Berbers, Europeans, everybody playing games in Africa, the consequences for women were that they were brought here as a spoil of war and used for reproduction, sex slavery, the whole 9 yards. And I want to talk about language, referring back to the panel that was just up here. Women were called chattel, real estate, mortgage, bond, sex slave, everything but a woman. And so you see the times that endured, 339 years, 275 years, a couple of 100 years in South America and things like that. I wanted to just share how I woke up. Several things happened in my community, but I'll share this one. It was when I heard Congresswoman Cori Bush use the term black birthing body. I thought, you know, I don't know how, let me just take a deep breath on that one. Did she say black birthing body? Did she say that? Okay. And then AOC used the terms bleeder and menstruator. We all have heard all of this. And surrogacy advocates having the nerve to bring back the term breeder after the history of breeding in this country. Like, why would you do that? Regardless of who you're talking about. See, I'm not talking about race. I'm just saying to bring that term back and call a woman a breeder and a bleeder and a menstruator and a birthing body. I just thought, my God, this is something totally new here. I knew that we were in a new day, that we were in trouble when these Democrats, talk about Freudian slip, oh my goodness. When these terms came, when people started using these terms, but I'll be honest, I really thought, are those Democrat women that are saying, that are talking like this? Using dehumanizing language like this. So witch, chattel, breeder, bleeder, birthing body, sex slave, mortgage, bondwoman. When you hear yourself being renamed, it means you are being rehomed. And it's not a joke, and it's very real. It's not a little cute thing that's gonna go away. It's very serious. I had a little thing here. Okay. All right. So today in this new economy, everybody is, I call it opportunistic colonization, because everybody's thinking, how am I going to make money? How am I going to make this work for me? And unfortunately, we are downwind of that. So we are in the beginning stage of a correction in which Western culture is being drastically altered. And when women are raped, sexually exploited, forced into situations where you cannot protect or cover your body, then what that means is we have to understand that that is a tool of war that we are in the middle of. We are being used as a tool of war, and we are the victims in a tool of war. We don't have tanks and drones being deployed. We don't have military vehicles driving through, but it's ideological tanks going through people's minds to think that something like this is okay. So it's really a form of ideological warfare. We literally have women living in rape camps that are inside of prisons. They're being sexually assaulted, raped, and forced into acts of sadism. It's it's just absolutely horrifying. And it's legal and on the books right under our noses right now in America, in our Western culture. And what I want to say to men, let me take a drink of water. Men need to understand that rape of the female is used to humiliate male leadership. The victorious army raises the flag on the woman of the conquered army to send a message. During war and economic shifts, women become the spoil of war, the reward, the property, the change to currency. It means you've lost. Okay, just really briefly, you know, the psychological impact of rape and sexual exploitation. One of the things that I want to share that I notice that the pain that when women in sports can't hold it back and or women talking about sports and they cry, it's identical to how the incarcerated women sound. It's an identical pain, and it's not superficial, it's really deep within. Where's the Harvard professor? She was apologizing for tearing up. And it's identical to how the women that are in Chowchilla up in California sound. It's very deep. And part of the pain is you're forced to go in the locker room. You're forced to be in a room, in a cell with a man. You're forced to be in a locker room with someone like Leah Thomas. And everybody's walking around like it's no big deal. Coaches are walking around, everybody's walking around as if it's perfectly normal, okay? What is happening to our star athletes? I use Riley's picture, is Riley here? the flag of victory has been raised on her body to let women's sports, girls and women, our society at large, our Western culture, know that our community is being dismantled. So while we always remain in a state of shock, we need to, and easier said than done, stop being in a state of shock, readjust, and see that we have a whole nother thing happening over here that is really akin to warfare. I wanted to share with you incredible icon audience, incredible women, that the symbol of a healthy culture are strong women, strong, healthy women. The young, strong woman is a symbol of strength, vitality, and fertility, and it lets the community, tribe, ethnic group, nation know that they are a healthy, vibrant, and successful people where great genes will be passed on. It lets the tribe know you're good. If we allow women champions to be torn down in their status by an invader, and that can be discussed whoever the opportunistic invader is, and your accomplishments mocked, then this is exactly a repeat of history where the woman is sold as a spoil during either economic shifts or warfare or a combination of. Today, the leadership in Western women's sports is handing our women champions over to the victors as spoils of war, and this is unacceptable, and so that's why you're here, because we're fighting that. Absolutely. Oh, I didn't tell you who this was. So this is a princess, Briseis. She's a Trojan priestess and a Trojan princess and priestess. And Troy lost or was losing, and Achilles, a Greek warrior, obviously a warrior, defeating Troy. And she was brought to him as a gift, brought to him as a spoil of war, brought to him to rape and defile, so that it could be told to Troy that they were losing, because they were able to bring down the best, most beautiful, most wonderful symbol of the health of Troy. And the woman is always used to tell the society if they are losing or winning. And then I put Shelley Ann Fraser-Price down there because that's what it should look like, where everybody worships and loves their winning athletes, and just to preserve that at all costs. You know, if Shelley Ann Fraser-Price wakes up late, the whole island knows about it. They'll be like, she's going to be fine. She just needed a little more rest, you know. She'll be fine. We'll give her some yam and some rice and peas and curry chicken and goat. She'll be fine. Everybody knows what she's doing, and she is just worship. She is just the princess, you know, like all of you are in this room. So I ask, is the Western man in an existential crisis? Has he succumbed to ideological warfare? Why are we here? Any man that allows a sacred woman of the temple to be desecrated is a conquered man. A man should die on his sword before stepping aside and saying, come on in. Come on in to our women and children. Come on in. Are all of these men that are selling women athletes out okay with leaving this legacy for their own daughters and granddaughters, for their granddaughters to lower their eyes in submission and submit to men coming into their spaces? Why would they do this, and how do they think it's okay, and are they even thinking in the long term? Why would you do this? Mm-hmm. In matters of warfare, people do switch sides to survive. Quote, I want to be on the winning team, you know. Okay. The Western man's blind spot is ideological subversion or ideological invasion. The Western man is known for intelligence, the establishment of Western civilization, engineering, technology, building infrastructure, science, medicine, law and order, and military strength. And the assumption is that he cannot be conquered militaristically. It's true, we have the strongest military. But there's a blind spot ignoring what can happen to the mind, how ideology can take over and be just as strong and powerful as a physical army. And the impact is that ideology is tearing our culture down. The Western man today is openly mocking, is being openly mocked as cracks appear that welcome our colonization and welcome female colonization. He is being told, we are doing this to your woman and children right in front of your face. What are you going to do? And the call to action is, we are in a quiet coup d'etat, and it's time to act. We need men and women to join together. This isn't just a woman's issue, even though, obviously, it's salient and important because women are the ones that are feeling the pain. But this is a cultural issue affecting all of us. Women are to be protected, secured, held sacred, not dismantled, not commodified, not broken up into little pieces with little dollar signs on our parts. Do not be the conquered man. Do not be the conquered woman. Thank you.
Wow, okay.
Thank you.
Wow. Thank you, Suzanne. We are wrapping up tonight with a session being hosted by Riley, and she's going to speak to Sharron Davies and Lorraine Moller. So welcome, go on up.
Y'all come too.
And after this, you all will have a nice social hour. We've got cocktails and appetizers planned. So sit tight. Let's enjoy these last few great speakers.
Okay.
Losing my voice.
Is Lorraine?
I couldn't wait till tomorrow. It's going to be gone.
Oh my gosh. Well, I know everyone is tired, especially our people who traveled bajillion miles to get here. So thank you, first of all. For those who don't know, which I'm sure we all do, this is Sharron Davies. She has been a fearless crusader for women's sports and an outspoken advocate for sex-separated categories as foundational to fair sports for women. She became a British national team member at 11. Oh my gosh. That's crazy. And represented Great Britain in 3 Olympics, the first one when she was 13. She earned a silver medal in the 400 IM behind an East German swimmer who later publicly admitted to doping. And she's worked for years in broadcasting for the BBC and recently wrote a book called Unfair Play, The Battle for Women's Sport. And here's Lorraine. And it is so great to have her as well. She spent 25 years of her life as an international athlete in the marathon, which saw her at the forefront of many battles for parity in events for females. First, as a teenage prodigy in the men's domain, where the 1,500 meter was the longest sanctioned event for women, to the start line of the inaugural Women's Olympic Marathon in 1984, to the Olympic podium at the ripe old age of 37, and finally as the oldest competitor in the Atlanta Olympic Marathon at the age of 41. She's won 16 international marathons, including the Boston Marathon, and she was a participant and observer of the evolution of women's distance running and the long fight to gain equal opportunity for the podium, media coverage, and sponsorship money. So let's give it up for them. I guess I'll ask a pretty open-ended question to both of you first. One, how did you become involved? And two, why do you find yourself still involved? Why does it matter?
I became involved a long time ago. I mean, literally in 2015. So when the IOC made these rulings, I knew it was like a train that was coming towards us. And I don't think a lot of people recognized it at that particular time. But because of my experience with the East Germans, having raced them for 20 years and, you know, had the IOC totally and utterly ignore their total and utter dominance and did nothing about it, I just knew that they have never been on the side of female athletes and that they were just never going to be on the side of female athletes. So it was a matter of stepping up and just highlighting what was going on. It was extremely difficult. I mean, we wrote a letter in 2017 which went to the IOC. It had 60 British Olympic medalists on it, of which only 2 or 3 have ever put their head above the parapet. And every single one of those are household names. And just to say, please do the science first. You know, it's all we're asking, do the science. And they just totally and utterly ignored it. It just, I mean, today, I don't know how you guys have felt, but I have literally sat here getting angrier and angrier and angrier and literally feel like I have smoke coming out of my ears. I mean, I just cannot believe we are in this position. You know, it's just mind-boggling that we can have an IOC that has been running Olympic Games for 100 years with men and women's races, with all of the results, who then turn around and say, there's no assumption that being male gives you an advantage. I mean, that's just insane. And everybody in sport knows that. You know, and these are supposed to be the bastions of the biggest, you know, sporting event. I mean, it's just catastrophic. So it was just really, I was going to be in it. And once, no matter how much hate came my way and how difficult things were, and, you know, sadly I lost my mum and she left me some money. And that money is literally what kept me from having to sell my house, because the trans activists went after every piece of work that I had. They went after every charity I'd ever worked for. They would go after my kids. They would go after absolutely everything. And I think you just have to dig very deep when you're an athlete and decide it's either going to make you cave or it's just going to make you crosser. And it's just going to make you more determined. And I just decided I had to be more determined. So I'd watched 20 years. I watched the IOC ignore, you know, the East German situation for 20 years. So this is how dominant the East Germans were. They won 92% of the women's races for 20 years. And practically none of the men's. And nobody went, oh, that's strange. And they would turn up at the Olympic Games, and we'd never seen them before. And they would win an Olympic gold medal in a world record, and we'd never, ever seen them. And the IOC would go, oh, that's not strange. That's totally normal. And, you know, and they would come with very deep voices, she says, with a deep voice. But they would come with, you know, deep voices, Adam's apples, masculine physiques, dark shadows. You know, they were literally wearing knitted swimsuits because the technology just wasn't there. And they would swim like men with no finesse, no style. And, you know, it was just everybody on the side of the pool knew, and yet they allowed this to happen for 20 years. And I had friends that came fourth behind 3 East Germans, because in those days we had 3 in swimming, and no one has ever remembered who they were. And their whole lives would have been different if they'd been Olympic champions. And I just could not watch another generation of young females be put through the same thing. I just couldn't. Couldn't live with myself to let that happen. And I'm surprised that there are so many people that are letting that, you know, are not speaking out. I'm very disappointed in men in sport. You know, men that I train with, the men that train with girls all the time that know damn well the difference between, you know, a female athlete and a male athlete. And then it's so insulting when transgender athletes like the lovely Victoria Ivy will turn around and say, train harder. You know, I was training 6 hours a day, 6 days a week. When I was 11, I broke both my arms falling out of a tree swing. My dad wrapped them in Tesco's plastic bags, and I trained with 2 broken arms. The following year, I tore my tendon in my right knee. My dad tied my legs together for 3 months, and I pulled with just my arms for 3 months. And I can guarantee you that I trained harder than any male that was in that pool the whole time. You know, so it's so insulting to say that, because they're not better than us, we're just different. We have different machinery. You know, it's literally like saying that we're going to put a motorbike in with a bicycle. You know, we have a different machinery. We can't do what they do because we don't have that male body and that testosterone. And things like Q angles, you know, they're never going to be changed by reducing testosterone. So it was the absence of us not being allowed to present the science, which I found extraordinary. And then, you know, Linda talked about Joanna Harper's study of her 8 athletes. And a load of what's been said today is in the book that I produced. And I wanted to use this as a reference book to arm people to be able to fight back with all the ridiculous gotchas, you know, whether they mention Michael Phelps or whatever. The 8 people that Joanna Harper had in her study, one of them actually trained and got faster, and so Joanna dropped it as an outliner. And these were people reporting on their own times after 20 years. Isn't it strange that you get slower after 20 years? I mean, I'm slower now than I was when I was racing. What a surprise. You know, I mean, all of this is, and that was the piece of study that the IOC took. And then, as we know recently, Joanna's been paid. She's the only study that the IOC has paid for. And that was a study at Loughborough University with 4 transgender athletes, of which 3 have dropped out. And now we have, you know, the lovely Emily Bridges, who thinks that they're in a genocide because they're not allowed to race with women. And then, so that piece of study will be non-existent. And that was the piece of study that the IOC paid for. I mean, they do one mistake on top of the next mistake on top of the next mistake. And at no point are they ever learning from their history. And it's just soul-destroying, really. And in the book, we mention as well, Pierre de Coubertin, you know, who set the Olympics up, did everything in his power to keep women out of the Olympic Games. And yet they want to build a monument and celebrate next year to Pierre de Coubertin and you know, over my dead body. I mean, you know, because there was a French lady who basically set up a women's competition. Yeah, we have to just keep bringing the statistics. We have to use the right language. We have to refuse to be called these names, these inhuman names. That, I mean, the lady that's just done this presentation. It's so scary what is going on at the moment. And I think we have to just get angry. That's the only way we can actually deal with this. Is just to use the anger to make us stronger and to make us more resilient. And you're such an impressive young lady. I mean, it is so hard to do when you're competing. It's okay when, you know, as India Willoughby called me, well, an old dry bag that I am. And we just repeat what she says and put it out there on Twitter so everybody can see it. You know, it was my choice. I'd earned a very good living for 40 years, and I've been able to, you know, put it into property and buy my house. But young people, and you will know, young people that are competing at the moment, you know, they're made to sign contracts, which says they're not allowed to tell you what they think. You know, and just like you get phone calls every day, I get phone calls every day from distraught parents, from distraught coaches, from athletes that are in tears, that are not knowing what to do or how to fight this. At the moment in the UK, I'm sure it's the same in the States, but we just had a period of, you know, school sports days. And I literally get phone calls every other day from just normal parents saying, my little girl, my 11-year-old daughter's come home from school today. The school have decided to have co-ed races because they're worried that they might offend somebody in the school, and not a single little girl has won a race today on sports day. What message are we giving our little girls? That they're literally going to be losers for the rest of their lives. This is not acceptable.
I entirely agree. It's the messages that weighs on you more than the backlash ever could. The messages that you get for people who exactly don't know what to do, which is why this conference is so powerful, because we are here. We are that home base that people are really looking for, and you guys are, of course, an integral part in that. And so, Lorraine, same question to you. How did you get here? Why are you advocating for this continually? Why is this important to you?
I'm here because of Row Edge, actually. Is my microphone on? It's good? Yeah. Okay. Row put together the Save Women's Sports for Australasia and New Zealand. And me being a Kiwi, Row was trying to get Olympians on board with the cause. And I think you found it pretty hard, didn't you? that they wouldn't put their names to it. And I had no trouble doing that because sport has been my life, and it's given me opportunities, and the forum or the stage for incredible self-transformation and knowledge that I couldn't have got any other way. And that I believe that we are here and we are on a spiritual journey, and that is what we're doing here, and we go through all these challenges to discover who we really are, which is absolutely something pretty magnificent, that we're God-given creatures and God-made, but we are continually faced with this challenge of this being subjugated by man-made systems that trick us into not knowing who we really are. And I can tell you that in competition, training for long, long hours, just being out there, just running for miles and miles and miles, does something to you. And there's a process that takes place over time which integrates the body and the mind. And that's the incredible journey that is offered to those of us through sport. You know, we can go in, we can resolve conflicts without having to kill ourselves or kill other people. You know, that's pretty neat to be able to have sport to do that. And yet, what we've got is a level of trickery that is so great that it tells us we're something other than what we are. And we get to believe it. Like Rose said with Goebbels' quote, you know, you just say something over and over again and you start to believe it. And when I got into sport as a 13-year-old, and I ran in a 400 metre, one lap around the track. It was 440 yards in those days. It shows you how old I am. But anyway, it was a grass track, bare feet. I ran 440 yards against the girls who'd all beat me in the sprints, and I beat them. So I could beat the sprinters, and I went, wow, that's fantastic. And winning was really addictive. So as a 13-year-old, I started to go in all the longer things, beating all the other girls, which was fantastic. And then I was running in senior women's events because they didn't have girl events, junior events, right? So I went in this race. I beat all the older women in this race. And this man with a blazer came up to me and he said, "One day you will go to the Olympics." Now, when a man with a blazer comes and tells a 13-year-old girl something, you know, you go, I didn't even really know what the Olympics were, but I went, well, that sounds really pretty good. So he planted that seed in my mind, and it shows you the power of authority at an age when you're so vulnerable. A 13-year-old girl, so vulnerable. Now, today somebody will come up and a girl's running, maybe come up to a girl like me and say, maybe, have you ever considered that you're really a boy? You know, somebody could have said that. Unfortunately, that wasn't in our domain then. But we have the power to influence the next generation, and life is a pay-it-forward proposition. We learn and we use our experiences and we give to the next generation. We give our life force, we give our knowledge, we give the best that we've got to the next generation, and that's what being human is. And we have a responsibility to do that because we're in real trouble here. You know, after listening to Suzanne, that was just like just takes it to a new level, you know, and it's like we're finally sort of catching on to like what's really going on here. You know, we got to, and we got to be really smart about it, because whoever is pushing this agenda, they're really, really sophisticated. They've got it down. We can't just, you know, as John said, you know, you've got to be careful what you say. You lose your job. Then you're no good to anybody, you know, if you don't have any money and you can't do anything. So, you know, courage is not enough. We need to have the courage and we need to have the skills. So all of us are being called on to be real athletes, right? That's the whole Greek concept is, you know, excellence. We find our personal excellence and we put it all together and then we pay it forward to the next generation. So in a nutshell, that's why I'm here.
I think it's terribly important as well that we understand that this isn't just about elite sport. It absolutely has to be the whole thing. You know, this has got to be, obviously there's the pathways all the way through so that young kids are encouraged and they go from one thing to the next. But I mean, my daughter's, you know, she's 25, she works in marketing and PR in London. She did track and field. She had a foot injury. And after the third year of going into a boot, she realized that her injury was always going to stop her from competing, so she then retired. The thing that took her CV to the top of the pile and got her job was the fact that she competed for England when she was 15 years old. We're going to take those opportunities away from our young girls if we're not careful. This is not just about elite sport. This has to be at every single level. School sports day, you know, pathways, masters, park run. Women are entitled to their park run records just the same as the fellas are, right? It's got to be for all women.
Absolutely. And I love the correlation of how you related this to being an athlete. There's so much parallel in regards to winning. We all like to win. That's very true. Setting goals, achieving those goals, this teamwork mindset, the bigger picture of doing it for more than just yourself. The leadership, the confidence, a lot of that stems from sports. And you're right, that is something that we're taking those opportunities away. It's more than just holding the trophy. It's more than just the athletic achievement, and that's something that gets lost. I think the opposition, they say, you know, life is about more than winning. Well, of course it is. It is about more than just the trophy, and so is this fight. This fight is about more than the trophy, absolutely. Something I thought to be extremely interesting earlier, we were talking about the doping guidelines and the policies, and it never really occurred to me that the only time, or I guess the time when it became a large enough issue to make new guidelines to where they deemed doping as cheating was when it was affecting men. I guess I had just imagined it came naturally when, but it really was. It was during this Lance Armstrong era, but it happened to women for 20 years.
Oh, 20 years. 20 years of allowing doping. But it's not just, you know, the Lance Armstrong thing. Let's just take the swimsuits. So do you remember that, you know, the shark suits, right, in the pool? The moment Michael Phelps turned around and said, I will not be racing unless you sort this out, Fina sorted it out within months. Now, women have been asking them to sort it out for nearly 2 years at that point, and they've been totally ignoring us. Michael got it sorted out because it affected Michael. Do you remember all the carbon shoes? You know, the moment men thought it was going to be unfair, it got taken out. When Oscar Pistorius wanted to race in the able-bodied Olympics with his blade, he might beat the men. No way was he going to race. So whenever it affects men's sport, you know, and the most criminal thing of all, the thing that I find extraordinary, is rowing in America. How can they turn around and say, we're going to have 2 men and 2 women in the mixed, and in the women's just identify, do what you like? You know, I mean, how can anyone put that policy through and look at a female athlete, a rower, in the face? I just don't understand. And unfortunately, it's partly because sport is run by men. You know, and the very misogynistic sports like cycling, I mean, have been the hardest to crack in some ways. I mean, the ECB, which is the Cricket Association in the UK, they have been obviously playing international women's cricket for years. The centre of women's cricket is Lords. They have still never had a test match for the England team at Lords to date. They've not been allowed to play a test on the home of English cricket. And now you can just self-identify at home into the English team at the moment, in the women's cricket team. You know, it's just, the disparity is the thing which also is just really strange. All the different sports. I mean, you'd have thought now that aquatics has gone, you know, track and field has gone, and cycling has gone, all of the other sports would be going. And we've always said safety must come first. You know, we cannot risk women's necks in rugby, women's knees in football, etc., and so any form of contact sport. And then we've got to have fairness, and then we've got to find ways to be inclusion. There's not a single person in this room that doesn't believe that everybody should do sport, that everybody should have access to sport. All of us have spent our life promoting sport and wanting sport to be there for everybody. It's so important for our physical and mental health. But all we're ever asking for is that females are worthy of fair sport, just the same as males are.
And you say that in your book. You kind of mentioned this like hierarchy order, and it's safety first before anything, and then we resort to making sure it's fair, and then we resort to making sure it's inclusive. And I thought that was really powerful. This is me plugging her book, and I'll give you a chance to talk about it. Everyone go buy the book Unfair Play. But even in regards to, if you take this outside of sport too, when men felt threatened by Bud Light, immediately a boycott, immediately, and they lost $27 billion. But when we as women watch Dylan Mulvaney parade around in a Nike women's sports bra, why aren't we calling for that same boycott that men so easily said no? Men so easily said enough is enough, but we as women, we have a hard time. When we're on those podiums, you see these podium pictures at cycling, at different cycling races, even in regards to the Leah Thomas situation, you see these women on the podium smiling. But that's not indicative of how they really feel. And I know this because I was there at that national championships. I know these women. I've known them my whole life. And I know they weren't happy, but they were smiling. But I do think that shows the inherent differences in our characteristics between man versus woman as well.
You'd never shout "be kind" at men, would you? No. I mean, men would just laugh in your face. You know, you're just about to do a race and go, "Be kind." Forget it. You know, it's just not going to happen. And yet somehow women have been trained to believe that we're supposed to do that. You know, and you know, motherhood. I mean, what happens to all of us when we become mums? You know, we stick ourselves at the bottom of the list. I often come behind the dog. You know, it's like there's the kids. You know, it's like, and that's what we do. So we put ourselves down, and we have to learn to rally. It is that call to suffragette in a way. It's almost like we're back in that place. And I think part of the problem that we have is that the younger generation are just not aware of the generations that went before and what they fought for. Because they didn't realize that my mum, you know, bless her, when she left this money to me and I decided I was going to spend it on fighting, I realized that she'd said when she bought her first house with the money that her dad had given her, that she wasn't even allowed to be on the mortgage.
Wow.
Right, so, and that's just my mum, and it's not that far away. But I'm not sure that the younger generation understands what other generations have fought so very hard for, and they're just giving it away without realizing they're giving it away.
Mm-hmm. Lorraine, you mentioned a little bit of kind of the progression of how they didn't have senior women's, but in your bio, it says you competed against men in the 1,500 meter, which was the longest event for women at the time. And so my question to you is, what challenges did you face during that, and how really did the sport change for you over the course of those years to ultimately the inaugural, I guess the marathon's first appearance in the Olympic Games of 1984?
Yeah, well, so I didn't compete against men in the 1,500 metres. We did have our separate races. Yeah. So, I mean, it started out with the cross country. So we'd go to some, you know, paddock in the middle of nowhere, and somebody would mark out a course, and then the woman would have their little race, and then we would go to the hall and make the tea and the scones while the men had their big race, and they were official and we were unofficial. So that's just the way it was, and I didn't think there was anything, you know, wrong with that. It was just, you know, that was the way the world was. but everything changed, I think, during the early part of my career. Well, first of all, the longest event in the Olympics for women was the 1,500 metres. So that's less than a mile. And not having the sanction of the Olympics, then it didn't have the status. Women didn't have the status and didn't have the opportunity of parity in the longer events. So in the late 70s, and I didn't know what to do as a career. I mean, there was no such thing as professional woman athlete, or even, there wasn't even professional. It was all this amateur code, which was another control system. So I went to phys ed school and became a phys ed teacher because that's what sporty girls did. And then I went to teach in a school, and I hate it every morning. I don't want to go to school today. Because I really wanted to be running, and I just loved it. So, so I met this man who was a marathon runner. They had a race, a marathon race, and I thought, oh no, you know, I didn't even want to go watch it, but a friend invited me to come watch it because they had an after-dinner banquet, and there was this visiting American, and I could go as his blind date. And I thought that was really interesting because I'd just broken off an engagement. I thought, oh, I'll meet an American, you know, because they're all rich and they've got lots of cars and TVs, and I thought that would be great. So I went to watch this marathon, and, you know, I was a real track snob. I thought that the marathon was only for people who were too slow for the track. And I went to the banquet afterwards, and I met this American, and I fell in love with him, and he invited me to come out to his place. And so I quit my job and went off to America to run in some road races, which there were hardly any women, but, you know, I'm with my American boyfriend, and they going to these races every weekend. So I ran my first, you know, 5K race, my first 10K race, my first 20-mile race, and then the next weekend they said they're going to a marathon. So I said, okay, I'll come along to the marathon. That's great. All I have to do is, you know, do a long training run, and that would be great. So I did, and I won this marathon up in Duluth, Minnesota, and so this really wonderful woman, Catherine Switzer, and she had been the woman who had entered the Boston Marathon under her initials, and had the race director try to drag her out of the race, and from the press truck, and of course it got in all the papers. And so then Catherine went on to devoting her time to providing opportunity for women in distance running. And one of the big things was the Olympics. And so to put the marathon in the Olympics, you had to have certain criteria, so many countries, so many continents, so many competitors, for it to be even considered. And so this was in 1980. She put together this race, sponsored by Avon, in London. And it was a women's race. And she gathered all the top women marathoners from around the world. So based on that run that I'd done, winning this marathon, I got invited to England. I got a free trip to England. I got to take my boyfriend. And all I had to do was run this marathon. So there were 80 women that got on the start line that day, and we ran this marathon. Now, it was the first time the streets of London had ever been closed for a sporting event. And this was a women's marathon. It was pretty incredible. And it also became the precursor to the London Marathon. Okay, so I ran this race, and I won it. And that put me in the limelight. And so then I was doing track, and I was just running these marathons because I was getting free trips all over the place, which was pretty good. And eventually, I got a phone call one day from Catherine, and she said, we got it, we got the marathon in the Olympics, in the '84 Olympics in Los Angeles. So that was an absolute milestone, and I think that was one of the events that really leapt forward in the terms of the evolution of women in distance running. Because once that marathon was in the Olympics, then they added the 3,000 metres for women. Next Olympics, they added a 5K, 10K. I think by 1996, women had complete parity in the Olympic Games in events. So pretty incredible. And so I saw this whole evolution of women's running and these rapid changes happening right before my eyes. And it was like I was, caught the crest of the wave and could just ride it through 4 Olympic Games. I saw that. And I finally retired at my 4th Olympics at the age of 41. And I went, we did it. We did it. And I felt pretty smug about that.
So was that Barcelona? Was that Barcelona? Which was your last one?
My last one was Atlanta. In 96. Yeah. And, and then lo and behold, you go, what the heck just happened? They opened so there's a sort of these narcissistic, misogynist few men, because I always found men very, very supportive of me as an athlete. But you've got these few that just come in through the back door and suddenly they're grabbing the opportunities of women back again. And, and then you're going, wow. And then you have the new generation of women, right?
And here we are.
So, yeah.
I know it's late. I want to give you guys one brief question, which I feel like has been answered, right? Of why is this so important? But just in a brief summary, a couple sentences, I want to give you guys the opportunity to communicate your message in an effective way and really empower everyone else in the room to understand, and which I know you guys do, but this is for the people live streamed and watching the clips of this as well. Understand why this is important and why everyone should really take a stand on this.
I think it's that we're catalysts. The people in the room, everybody in this room knows each other, if nothing else from Twitter, yes? So, and it's so lovely to actually get to meet so many of you that I speak to on Twitter. I have to say, it's such a privilege to be able to do that. It's a great privilege to meet Donna as well, because Donna was doing her first Olympics at 13, doing the 400 IM, exactly the same as me, went off and worked in the media, exactly the same as me. I've done 30 years with the BBC. I find it's quite fascinating.
I thought they mixed up y'all's bios.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
So I think it's to understand that every single one of you makes a huge difference because you are strong, right? You are strong. That's why you're here. That's why you've made the effort to be here. That's why you've spent all the afternoon listening, because you're strong. And that's contagious. So go out there and be strong, all right? And just convert as many people, get as many people to listen. Because when people do get the opportunity to listen to the data, to listen to what we've got to say, very few people disagree. And we know that the general consensus here in the States, but I mean, back in the UK, our figures are in the 90% of people that believe in fair sport for women. So how we're in this position where 90% of the population in the UK think we should have fair sport. So we have to utilize them. We have to make them come in behind us and to, make our voices even louder.
Well, we have this incredible mechanism that we've been given called a body, and it is absolutely amazing. It's regenerative. It'll do whatever it can to keep you in the game, and we have to move. We have to move to keep it operating. It's really important because we are just, it's energy, and it's the way that we interface with each other. And yet we have the first generation of kids that have a life expectancy less than that of their parents. And we are in danger of losing this mechanism, or it even going the distance, so that we can do something that we're supposed to do while we're here on Earth, We can't derail our bodies. And I want to be in here. I want to have every kid have opportunity to sport and not have the body just become a pedestal to hold a phone. You know, yeah, and you know, that's such a frightening statistic that that's my message, that I think we've got to get back and respect the body, and women's bodies, men's bodies, it doesn't matter, but they're both really important because together they can make a life.
It's quite hard, isn't it, to run a marathon
incredible.
holding your phone up? Right? I mean, I know this morning that
people do it.
that Mara was taking pictures while she was out running, showing me how fabulous it was. But, you know, sport is so important for our physical and our mental health. And trying to keep young girls involved in sport is a massive challenge. Yeah. And this is making it even harder. So for mental health in particular, you know, we need our kids to be doing sport.
Absolutely.
And you know, we can't have boys being bullies either, you know. We've got to teach boys, boys have to have respect for women because we need the men and we need their strength. They have testosterone so they can champion the feminine. No, really. And
I agree. This conversation very quickly gets centered around girls and women, and naturally we ask ourselves the question of where are the feminists, right? We hear that question all the time. But what about the question of where are the men? We need strong men. We need men to protect and provide and do the things that, not to reinforce the gender roles here, but we need men to do those things. We could talk forever. I know I had some more questions I wanted to ask you guys, but everyone, it's been a long day. It's a lot of information. It's like you're all back at school again, and we're your teachers. That'd be a scary thought. But anyways, thank you guys so much. Conclusion of day 1.
Thank you. Let me guide you all. Please join us in the Monarch Room. If you go